Andhra Pradesh CM and TDP chief N Chandrababu Naidu walking out of the jail after his release. Those visuals are on your screen, viewers. Andhra Pradesh High Court had granted him interim bail in the skill development scam case. Those visuals coming in after the Andhra Pradesh High Court on Tuesday had granted interim bail on medical grounds to the TDP party chief, former N Chandrababu Naidu, in the alleged scam in the Andhra Pradesh Skill Development Corporation for 4 weeks. We are seeing that Naidu is in jail, and not only that, TDP will be holding a rally very soon, viewers. Big update coming on Republic TV as we keep getting you more updates. Let's tell you what you see on your screens. This is the visual of Chandrababu Naidu walking out of jail, and remember that he was in judicial custody at the Central Prison since 10th September, a day after his arrest by the Andhra Pradesh Crime Investigation Department in connection with the 371 crore skill development project scam that allegedly took place when he was the chief minister between 2014 and 2019, viewers. The bail has been given to Naidu to facilitate the undertaking of necessary medical tests and treatment under the supervision personal physicians. So those visuals coming in right now. TDP will be holding a victory rally as well. Chandrababu Naidu walking out of jail. Now, that because Naidu said that he's having some medical problems, on that ground has gotten bail on that ground, viewers. But the regular bail plea in the case will be heard later on. The next hearing for regular bail plea will be on 10th of November. Let's go to Aneri, who's joining us on the phone line. Take us through what we're seeing on the screen. Naidu is walking out of jail, but this is on medical grounds.
Well, Shivangi, what we are seeing right now out of Rajahmundry prison, which is almost after arrested the ID right now is the Andhra Pradesh High Court had heard the matter. Court had given interim bail relief to a big relief that is said to be where we have been seeing that after almost 60 days and comes as a for TDP, and also at the same time Naidu's main bail petition will be on the November, a relief for Chandrababu Naidu. Medical ground Naidu has bail, and also at the same time, had also given few it has to be followed by Chandrababu Naidu. Not on phone, and also at the same time he cannot attend any sort of public programs or any media interaction, and he cannot hold any sort of programs except for visiting the hospital. So we are seeing that how Chandrababu Naidu, who was arrested in connection with the skill scam APCI, following which there was a massive outrage among the key cadres against the ruling YSRCP, and now days after that, after 2 days, we are seeing Chandrababu Naidu walking out right now, as you can see in the cadres have gathered at the Rajahmundry Central Prison. We have seen how back since there was the arrest of Chandrababu Naidu was made, the TDP had it as arrest, whereas the YSRCP Chandrababu Naidu bought scam, and that is the reason why we are seeing as he been arrested, and at the same time we are seeing right now from Rajahmundry Naidu will hold a victory rally is what we are expecting, because large number of people have gathered already outside the prison, and then we are also going to see that Andhra Pradesh High Court will be hearing the main bail petition. So we'll have to wait and watch how it turns out to be in the Andhra Pradesh High Court once again. But yes, granted 4 weeks of relief to Chandrababu Naidu. So that is till 24th of November. Naidu has granted him bail in connection with the skill development scam case. But remember, there are other cases also which have been booked against Chandrababu Naidu. That will be in the PT. There was another case which was booked against Chandrababu Naidu on that case, and also in the inner case. Yes, the main said to be the development. Chandrababu Naidu was arrested, and now finally, after almost 50 days, Chandrababu Naidu Central High Court interim bail to the former Chief Minister Chandrababu.
You know, Aneri, we are looking at these screens, and it really tells you that this is a moment that perhaps the party really was waiting for. They were expecting a bail for their leader sometime around. Now, Lokesh Aneri spoke to him at many times. He's also visited the price, the center also of what he believes is the alien father, the TDP chief, and he had said and he also said that all this is political vendetta. But going ahead, Aneri, what does this interim relief mean to Chandrababu Naidu? What's he going to be doing next? They've already made it clear they're not fighting coming Telangana elections.
Right now, back after Chandrababu Naidu walks out of the Rajahmundry Central Prison, as you can see, thousands of cadres of Chandrababu Naidu, cadre of have been standing outside the Rajahmundry Central,
standing outside. He will be from there. He will be coming to Vijayawada. Also, for we are expecting a victory rally, which is set to be held by TDP Chandrababu Naidu, because last year because since the day of the arrest of Chandrababu Naidu, we had seen how broken out across the state of Andhra Pradesh, and also in Telangana we had seen many a times a protest. The arrest of Chandrababu Naidu was done by the TDP cadres and supporters of Chandrababu Naidu. And now when we talk about how important it is for Chandrababu Naidu, because remember, Deepti, in the next 6 months Andhra Pradesh is also going to have the state assembly election, so very crucial time for TDP as well, because how there has been a massive face off between the TDP and SRCP, that TDP since day one has been calling it as an illegal arrest of Chandrababu, and they had called that all cases are being Chandrababu Naidu.
నా కోసం ప్రార్థనలు చేశారు, ఎక్కడికక్కడ తెలియజేశారు. మీ యొక్క అభిమానం, మీరు చూపించిన అభిమానం నా జీవితంలో మర్చిపోలేను. అదే సమయంలో
the love which you have shown to me, I will never forget that.
ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్, తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్రాల్లో తెలుగు రాష్ట్రాల్లో, తెలంగాణలో మీరు చూపించిన అభిమానం, దేశంలో మీరు రోడ్ల మీదకి వచ్చి మీరు చూపిన సంఘీభావం ఒక భారతదేశంలోనే కాకుండా ప్రపంచంలో అన్ని దేశాల్లో
you all came on the streets and showed towards me. I will never forget
అభివృద్ధి కూడా మీరు డెమాన్స్ట్రేట్
demonstrated the many
తెలియజేశారు. ఒక ఆంధ్రలోనే కాకుండా
with the work which I have done, you have showed it by coming on the streets, coming in support of me.
ఏదైతే లాభం పొందిన ప్రతి ఒక్క వ్యక్తి రోడ్డు మీదకి వచ్చి మీ సంఘీభావం చేశారు. నా జీవితం ధన్యమైంది. ఏ నాయకుడు
my life has been a thankful one to all of came in solidarity after the arrest.
చేయలేదు, ఏ తప్పు చేయను, ఎవరిని కూడా
Never done anything wrong in my life.
అందుకని మరొక్కసారి రాష్ట్రంలో ఉండే, ప్రపంచంలో ఉండే తెలుగు వారందరికీ నన్ను అభినందించి
all the people in the state, all the Telugus in the state,
వారందరికీ పేరున ధన్యవాదాలు.
all the people who stood by me, not only in the state but also in the foreign countries, the NRIs.
పార్టీలు సంఘీభావాన్ని తెలియ
I thank all of them to coming in solidarity with me. And also thank political who stood by me.
నాకు పూర్తిగా సహకరించారు, సంఘీభావాన్ని తెలియజేశారు. వారిని కూడా మనస్ఫూర్తిగా అభినందిస్తున్నా. ప్రత్యేకంగా వచ్చి పూర్తిగా సహకరించారు.
Especially Jansena, who has completely supported us, and Mr. Pawan has supported us. Thank him wholeheartedly.
కొంతమంది కాంగ్రెస్ లో ఉండే నాయకులు గాని అందరూ కూడా నాకు సంఘీభావాన్ని తెలియజేశారు. ఎవరైతే సంఘీభావాన్ని తెలియజేశారో వారందరికీ పేరు పేరు
everyone who has come in support of me, I am very grateful of them. Few, let it be few political parties and also from the few of them from the Congress.
52 నిరవధికంగా ఒకరిద్దరు కాదు, కొంతమంది
and coming in support of me.
వారందరిని అభినందిస్తూ అయితే మొన్న కొంతమంది ఐటీ ప్రొఫెషనల్స్ కానీ అదే మాదిరిగా ప్రొఫెషనల్స్ కానీ పెద్ద ఎత్తున సంఘీభావం
In Hyderabad, many of the IT professionals came who were serving me and had come on the streets. I am very thankful to all of them.
ఏ విధంగా ఎగ్జాంపుల్స్ వారందరినీ కూడా పేరు పేరున మనస్ఫూర్తిగా అభినందిస్తూ
with me, expressing their anger, my arrest. They have been benefited of which I had done.
మరొకసారి మీడియా గాని కూడా
thank each and everyone for that.
వారందరికీ కూడా మనస్ఫూర్తిగా ధన్యవాదాలు, అభినందనలు.
Even the media who has supported me, I am thankful for that as well.
Just for the first question from Chandrababu Naidu, has secured a bail for the interim period. This is on health grounds. Aneri was helping us understand what exactly. You know, Aneri, there are two quick questions I put forward and help us understand what happens from here on. Just about yesterday, there were reports that the CIA has against Chandrababu Naidu, their involvement in an and the other thing is Chandrababu Naidu right now is people say, you know, we a lot of people who back me, and interestingly at the same point you have Purundeshwari also, the Andhra Pradesh chief, who's welcomed interim bail that has been granted to Naidu. What could happen in the next weeks, Aneri? Important to see.
Well, yes, it will watch out what in the next coming day, because it is very important at this point. Relief from the Andhra Pradesh High Court in connection with the skill development scam case is because right now is as you just saw Chandrababu Naidu speaking came out of the Rajahmundry jail, but also at the same time that many people after Naidu, then we had also seen how the Pawan party had alliance the TDP already in alliance with the BJP here in the state of Andhra Pradesh. That we are seeing that Jansena has announced its alliance, and now Jansena and TDP will be fighting elections in the state of Andhra Pradesh in 2024 together against YSRCP. So that also is crucial. Relief for Chandrababu Naidu is very important at this point in time, because in this next coming few months we are going to see the elections, and how it is going to be the battle between YSRCP and the TDP also remains to be seen, Deepti.
Jyotsna Tirunagri of the TDP with us right now for the very first response. Jyotsna, good evening and thank you for speaking to us on Republic. How would you describe on our screens? This is the cadre of the TDP. Really happy of the fact that Chandrababu Naidu has secured a bail, but then many would say just bail. Now what happens from here on? Yes, go on, please.
Hello.
Yes.
The point, as I was saying, is that, and yes, today it's an interim bail, but this is our first victory. Let me put it very categorically here. It's our first victory, and in the coming 1 week, we will the Supreme Court hearing, the Supreme Court which requires petition. Definitely, in that of expecting positive judgment, it's going to be a victory, because this is the victory against all odds. In these 52 days, we have seen Chandrababu Naidu garu has been targeted again and again by the ruling government. It's completely vendetta and revenge politics by the ruling government. Even yesterday they tried to lodge an and for the past days,
Yes.
to be checked on. His wife, they are not properly health bulletins. He needs to undergo a surgery, eye surgery. All these things, even for which they have been constantly talking all nonsense. The ruling government people. But at the end of the day, we will say, as I very categorically, it's the first victory that we are talking about. And in the coming days, another victory is in store for us. And that's the ultimate victory. The victory of truth. The victory of truth prevailing over injustice. The victory of justice. We always said it might be delayed, but it can never be denied. And it and as you see,
Okay, and when you say that,
yeah.
yes, I just want to point that you're already making Chandrababu Naidu, also Jyotsna. Yes, I just quickly question, then you can complete your point. Chandrababu Naidu, who's thanking people, thanking everyone who's met him. Now, clearly, he's been popular chief minister at one point. There is a considerable cloud that he also. The party has made it clear fighting Telangana elections. What will happen in the next 4 weeks? You know, Nara location. He's, underscored the this is political data. Where does this story move from in the next 4 weeks?
See, politically, we are clear. Even we said now we do have time. The proper preparatory work has not done for the elections. That's the reason we are not conducting this time. In Andhra Pradesh, we are in alliance with very strongly with Janasena in Andhra Pradesh, and we are going to form a government there in Andhra Pradesh. And coming to Telangana, we will for the general elections and also the local. So we are politically very clear, and even when it was absolutely we wanted to convey to the central government that what is happening in the state of Andhra Pradesh is completely anti-democratic. Anybody and whoever is trying to raise their voice against the government has been cases are framed against them. All sorts. In fact, in 52 days happened to be seen. The word of Jai Babu has crime in the state of Andhra Pradesh. Just trying to express our solidarity to our become a crime in the Pradesh. It's become a crime. People can take up our flag. Free freedom of expression has gone haywire. People are being all false cases. Just talking the sorts of things with the government. We say that
Jyotsna, time is limited, but I have to ask you one quick question. Because just talking about the import of Chandrababu Naidu got interrogated in a very 30 seconds, but TDP has been keeping YSRC instead of the TDP because the TDP really in alliance with TDP. That
we have never done for anybody. Work anti-people government of YSRC. To work anti-people and we are very outside. Nothing against any party,
all right, Jyotsna.
For any party.
All right. Today, and we'll soon, Jyotsna. For the moment, thank you for speaking to us on Republic. These are live images of Chandrababu Naidu, who remember still continues the stream of supporters who gathered at Rajamundi, where Chandrababu Naidu has walked out of from, and he's got an interview also getting us the latest. That story back home to what's been happening across in the world. And when you look today, this is about what's happening between Israel and Hamas. To extend deeper into the northern part of the Gaza Strip, weeks after Hamas had close to about 3 dead bodies are yet to be identified. Because terrorists have set the dead bodies on fire after because of which process. Forensic units have also been set up at the IDF base for the identification of the victims. There are multiple people who are held hostage. A lot of them are missing. A lot of them are unaccounted for. And Republic has also been on ground zero, the latest. Joining us at this point in time, Gursimran, where about you reporting from? You I can see Gursimran, but in the last many days, as you have travelled, got our story, that are easy to report on, Gursimran. Do you sense changing? Is there any kind of de-escalation or no in Israel that will activate Hamas completely?
We will take the revenge killing of the innocent. The pictures we see are heart-wrenching. Right now, we are in the Shura base, which is one of the base of the Israeli Defense Forces. So that has taken place on 7th of October. For us, I'll request the official regarding that how this operation can take place, because we have passed attack, one of the attack that has taken place past. A part of it will be joining us in a containers. You see, we have bodies of the civilians of brutally killed by the terrorists. I'm joined by the official who was responsible. Have been involved in identification of bodies. It has been identified processes because actions that you have to fingerprint traces so that identify who the
bodies transferred to this center. As we started seeing this and dismembered bodies. And now happening is scanning the remains. Now they sometimes find a body in the bushes or I don't know what. The body is broken. But other times, because terror people So people were hiding in each and every village. They're going to burn the ashes, and they're collecting the ashes, trying to find these ashes human beings. So they may find food, or they may find or some.
You said death. These were the incidents that have taken place. How?
I have one of my forensic investigators. Some of the bodies were. One of the forensic investigators that told me about this case, it was difficult to get him to talk about it because they don't want to say anything, because this brings back everything that they have seen. But I released it because I knew that voice, they don't want to. So he told me, and forensic investigators highly, what they say is 200% the truth. The baby that they saw, and they were amazed. And they looked and they saw on his throat, and it was obvious what happened. And
So that is Gursimran in conversation with official. We have it is getting difficult for us because there are so many people also just lost their lives. A lot of them are very, very difficult to be recognized right now. That is the cause of a war. We'll keep talking that story. Thank Gursimran for getting us those ground reportage on the big political story that continues to stop opposition. This is narrative Iran is what the government alleges, and they say that there is a hacking bid by the central.
Horror of they have unleashed terror here. The civilians, 63 people were killed. More than have been abducted. That nothing here is left. They want to destroy everything. That is what we exactly Hamas have done.
strike that took place in the Sderot city. This is in the Gaza Strip. The projectile was fired. Secretary of Gaza Hamas fired on area. The terrorist has this area.
Good evening and thank you for watching live and breaking at 5 p.m. I'm Suesha Sound. We get your story breaking news this evening. Quick check of the headlines. We are
मुझे तो कोई फर्क नहीं और आपको मेरा
This narrative rerun alleges hacking bid by the central government.
को आदत है कि मुद्दा हो जब के क्रिटिसाइज करो लोग देश की प्रगति को देख नहीं सकते
Government refutes hacking charges, says
की पार्टी शिशोद संजय कहते थे कि पूरा ये मामला बिल्कुल, लेकिन आज तक पूरे महाघोटाले पर एक शब्द स्पष्टीकरण का नहीं।
in legal party claims political
भारत के बीच का साक्षी है आतंकवाद भयानकता उसकी विकराल कभी नहीं देता।
UPA of own benefits. Over Maratha quota continued. After targeted mob attack at Russia airport, Putin says Ukraine. And on to the biggest story today, refuting Operation Hack 90 Minutes has informed that the government has investigated to Apple notification and said that the government intends to issue to find out what has allegations. Union Minister Ashwini Vaishnav said charges now details of the inquiry. The government has asked several questions to Apple, the phone manufacturer company, and whether its device or not. Apple has asked the notification to people in over 150 countries. However, the government is committed to protect of our citizens. He said that the government will investigate these threat notifications along with being secure and
ऑनरेबल एमपी और कई अन्य सिटीजन्स ने मुद्दा कि उनके पास एप्पल से गया है। मैं आप कि सरकार कंसर्न है और इसके तह तक जाएंगे। हमने इसमें इन्वेस्टिगेशन ऑर्डर कर दिया है ऑलरेडी और इन्वेस्टिगेशन करके तह तक जाएंगे। के सामने एक और रखना चाहूंगा, इस देश में कुछ इनको आदत लग गई है, कोई भी मुद्दा नींद खुले तब उठ ये लोग देश की उन्नति, देश की प्रगति को देख नहीं सकते, पहचान नहीं सकते, क्योंकि इनके ने जब देश में राज किया तब उन्होंने केवल और ही लक्ष्य के साथ काम किया कि अपने पेट भरे, अपने परिवार का पोषण करे। देश की चिंता इन्हें बिल्कुल नहीं थी। ये ऐसे जो आज एप्पल ने एडवाइजरी जारी की है, 150 देशों में इन्होंने एडवाइजरी जारी की है। एडवाइजरी की है, अगर आप एप्पल मेल का क्लियर देखेंगे, बहुत क्लियर है, कहीं पर भी उनके पास जानकारी नहीं है कि एक हिपोथेटिकल उन्होंने ये अलर्ट भेजा है। एक और आप जानते हैं कि एप्पल खुद क्लेम करता है उन सिस्टम, उनका एन्क्रिप्शन सिस्टम जिस तरह का है उसके बाद को कर सकता है। दूसरी बात, एप्पल ने अभी कुछ ही समय पहले खुद ने अपना एप्लीकेशन इश्यू कर दिया है। सिर्फ क्रिटिक्स आरोप लगाने कर रहे कुछ नहीं है। 150 देशों में ये इस तरह की एडवाइजरी जारी। साथियों, जो लोग देश की प्रगति, जो लोग देश को ऊपर बढ़ते हुए देख नहीं सकते, वो लोग कर रहे हैं और उनके मन में इतना है कि जिस भारत प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के विश्व में आगे कमा है, उसको वो डिस्ट्रैक्ट और उससे लोगों का ध्यान भटकाए।
The opposition started outraging on this at 9 a.m. and by was said is a notification to users 50 countries. It's something course of and they are not able to point out specific. Now that naturally the allegations that has made, the government that there is an attempt to snoop, completely false. We saw how the opposition raised similar issues at the time of Pegasus, nothing but foreign so Rahul Gandhi personally checked it, held press conferences, court-appointed committee asked him to submit phone investigation. He backed. Similarly, if any, even after Apple has clarified, an FIR submit their phone for investigation and speak to Apple on why this message was on their phone. Could it have something to do with their user behavior? I've spoken to technology experts and they tell me that if you are susceptible to click on salacious links, more prominent target as far as their the opposite on issues that should focus on.
So, do you think is that here opposition leaders are coming forward and they're pressing with them. First began with Mahua Mitra, then we have Rahul Gandhi, and now persons are also coming forward. They want the fact that there's an serious fact happening. Do you find it behind?
The opposition does not have an active issue with the government, and therefore they are going to use these issues. I won't be surprised that they will continue about till they can manage to get another issue. And somebody who supposedly their minister, if he comes out and makes to a press conference and it's negated in exactly 5 minutes, you know the seriousness of things that he says.
I don't know about those self-generated and manipulated or whatever information have received. I can say only one thing: anybody who has not acted in the interest of the nation should not fear about anything. It is very clear that freedom of expression, privacy, and all civil liberties must be protected and protected. That's why those people who are doing illegal acts against the interests of the country, they will be complaining about all things. We are not responsible. They follow the rules, and we are totally constitutional of our country.
Opposition center this evening is Apple issued a clarification to any specific state-sponsored attacker.
जिस तरीके से रात को मुझे ये वार्निंग आई है तो एक सीरियस वार्निंग, यहाँ पे वो डोंट्स भी बता रहे हैं कि क्या करना है, सेफगार्ड हमारा भी डेटा है और बहुत तरीके से कहा है स्पॉन्सर्ड है ये क्लियरली ये बता रहा है ये केंद्र सरकार की तरफ से कार्यक्रम और इस सावधान। और आज सवेरे जब पता चला कि बहुत सारे ऑपोजिशन के एमपीज हैं, इस तरीके की वार्निंग आई है, तो मैं बस यही कहना चाहूंगी हो चुका, खारिज करने की पूरी कोशिश, पार्लियामेंट में उस पर चर्चा नहीं हुई, अदानी के भ्रष्टाचार चल रही है, उनके लिए इस तरह के कार्यक्रम हो जानते हैं कि ऑपोजिशन वॉइस है, ऑपोजिशन एमपीज को ये मैसेज आ रहे हैं, तो यानी ये लार्ज स्केल सर्विस हो स्टेट प्राइवेट है। बस यही कहूंगी कि इस पे जांच होनी चाहिए और केंद्र सरकार को इस पे
the right to privacy in this country is now since long of individuals of the country. Today the news came out. Crores of people's details are now on the public. So this is India today. The government talks about the right to their an act for that. All these are on the air. Apple don't say Apple may be coming from challenge. They say even now that is taking place.
नहीं सी आरोप क्यों कह अलर्ट आ चुका है, ये अलर्ट नाम महुआ जी का है, सीताराम जी का है, ये क्या रहा है? डिजिटल दुनिया बना रहे हैं और पर इन्वेसिव कर रहा, क्या बात कर रहा, पूरा का पूरा सीधी सी बात सरकार की ओर से सुना ही, उनकी ओर से सफाई आनी चाहिए। इसका एक मंत्रालय
सिक्योरिटी प्रोटोकॉल डिक्रिप्शन सरकार से साझा करना कर दिया। ये अगर एप्पल दुनिया की विश्वसनीय कंपनी ये कहती है स्टेट स्पॉन्सर्ड अटैक मतलब सरकार द्वारा प्रायोजित, आप बड़ी शर्म की बात किसी सरकार के लिए क्या हो सकती है? और क्या किसी सांसद ने सिर्फ और सिर्फ विपक्षी नेताओं की जासूसी क्यों की? ऐसा क्या है? केंद्र सरकार उनके फोन के जरिए जानना चाहिए। बहुत शर्म का स्टेट पूरे विश्व में किसी लोकतांत्रिक देश में हम अगर एक आदमी के फोन पे जासूसी हो जाए, जैसे देशों गिर जाए, राष्ट्रपति को जो है इस्तीफा देना है। और ये आरोप कोई पहली बार नहीं लग रहा है। पहली PSS का आरोप इस सरकार की इन्होंने इजरायली कंपनी से सॉफ्टवेयर खरीदा, पत्रकारों की और नेताओं की जासूसी गंभीर बात है।
ये रात को एप्पल से ही वो वहाँ पे सूचना दी हमें, इसके द्वारा स्टेट स्पॉन्सर्ड, ये शब्द आपका फोन और आपके पूरे सिस्टम जितने भी है उन सब जा रहे हैं और ऑफिशियल यंत्रों को बड़ी मुश्किल है। ऑर्डिनरी अभी भी जासूसी करे और जासूसी नहीं अधिकार है हर नागरिक का यहाँ पर उसकी के लिए। ये हमारे देश के संविधान कहता है, देश के मौलिक अधिकारों में ये हम समझते हैं कि जनतंत्र पर अपने इंडिविजुअल राइट्स की बात छोड़िए, एक बहुत बड़ा हमला है कि इस तरीके की सर्वेलेंस जो विपक्षी नेताओं के ऊपर और के ऊपर ये हम समझते हैं कि हमारी जनता का रास्ता है।
Hello Moto. 5G smartphone brand.
और यही बात इस भारत कलश में जब ये घूमेगी सारी मिट्टी और इसी भारत के से एक श्रेष्ठ भारत का संकल्प साकार कलश घूम रहा है एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत कल्प। आजादी का अमृत महोत्सव के समापन अवसर पर मेरी माटी आयोजन में आप सबके करताल ध्वनि के साथ माननीय श्री मोदी जी के देवियों सज्जनों, देश की 76 वर्षों के लक्ष्य में आजादी का अमृत महोत्सव के माध्यम से देश की गौरवशाली की रक्षा करने के लिए अपने प्राण आहुति देने वाले वीरांगनाओं को याद करते हुए आज हम सब देश की माटी को नमन कर रहे हैं, भी हो रहे हैं नए भारत विकसित भारत के निर्माण के लिए। देवियों सज्जनों, और अद्भुत चिंतन के साथ देश के लोगों को विशेषकर युवाओं को जोड़ने का एक व्यापक अभियान है जो अमृतकाल में हम सबके लिए प्रेरणा बनेगा। माननीय मंत्री वंदन अभिनंदन इस अवसर पर
मंच पर आसीन श्री सरकार के माननीय एवं सहकारिता मंत्री श्री जी किशन रेड्डी भारत सरकार के संस्कृति पर्यटन एवं डोनर श्री अनुराग ठाकुर, भारत सरकार के खेल प्रसारण मंत्री अर्जुन राम मेघवाल, भारत सरकार के विधि एवं न्याय मंत्री, स्वतंत्र प्रभार एवं संस्कृति राज्य मंत्री श्री मीनाक्षी लेखी, राज्य मंत्री विद्यालय श्री निशित प्रमाण मंत्री, गृह मंत्रालय, युवा एवं खेल मंत्रालय, आप सभी का भी हम हार्दिक स्वागत व अभिनंदन करते हैं।
सामने दर्शक दीर्घा में भारत सरकार के माननीय सांसद, विधायकगण, केंद्र और राज्य के वरिष्ठ अधिकारीगण, देश में कलश लेकर पहुंचे सभी प्रतिनिधियों का हार्दिक स्वागत अभिनंदन है। निवेदन केंद्रीय संस्कृति मंत्री जी रेड्डी जी से कि वे इस अवसर प्रधान और आप करने के लिए पधारे। संबोधन
भारत माता की भारत माता की के सबसे प्रिय नेता, देश करोड़ों युवाओं के दर्द भारत नरेंद्र मोदी जी, गृह मंत्री माननीय अमित शाह जी, केंद्र मंत्री अनुराग ठाकुर जी, मीनाक्षी लेखी जी, इस का अमृत महोत्सव में देश के राजधानी आए हुए भारत के भविष्य साथी, आज सबसे पहले एकता और अखंडता के सूत्रधार महान नेता इंडिया श्री सरदार वल्लभ भाई पटेल जी का जयंती पर उनके में नमन करता हूं। मैं आज आजाद की अमृत महोत्सव के भव्य समापन के शुभ अवसर पर भारत सरकार की ओर से आप से स्वागत करता हूं। मैं इसे देश पवित्र मिट्टी को वंदन करता हूं। कार्यक्रम का हिस्सा बने देश के हृदय से धन्यवाद करता हूं। इनके सफल प्रयासों से आज यह कार्यक्रम संपन्न हो रहा है। आज प्रधानमंत्री के 7,000 ब्लॉकों से और सभी म्युनिसिपल कॉर्पोरेशन से लगभग 8,500 अमृत कलशों के साथ यहां करते हुए सभी युवा भाइयों को बहनों को धन्यवाद। भारत लगभग 6 लाख गांव और करोड़ों में मिट्टी या चावल का संग्रह किया गया। हमें गर्व है कि अमृत कार्यक्रम किया गया है। प्रधानमंत्री जी के मार्ग में गृह मंत्री अमित शाह जी की आजाद भारतीय इतिहास में से निरंतर वर्षों तक नौजवानों ने स्फूर्ति देने का और आज के महोत्सव में प्रेमी और प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र भारतीय संसद के अनेक अनसंग राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर आयोजित किया गया अनेक कार्यक्रम में अलग अलग महानुभावों का सम्मान किया गया। केवल एक सम्मान है, विकसित भारत का स्वतंत्रता का श्रद्धा उत्सव का प्रेरणा भी है। प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में अमृत महोत्सव की इस यात्रा में बने हैं। जैसे 222 अगस्त 15 को हर घर तिरंगा कार्यक्रम में एक साथ सबसे प्रांत, शहर, हर गांव, हर घर में लेकर दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा शक्ति का कार्यक्रम करते दुनिया बनाया।
One of the strike that took the city when the Israeli defense forces were outside the Gaza Strip, then from the territory of Gaza, that is the Hamas terrorist on the area. Project that was fired of this area. Inside of the horror.
A very good evening. You're watching Republic, and I'm Deepthi Deva. Everyone wants to know what will happen the second. Will Kejriwal be arrested? Can the Chief Minister be in Delhi? Can Sodia remember Deputy Chief? He hasn't got leave from the Supreme Court, but is making matters that the fact Supreme Court, quote unquote, is speaking of a tentative. So next, we'll get you highlights of that and much more. The headlines first.
जितनी टैपिंग करनी है कोई फर्क मुझे आप मेरा फोन चाहिए मैं दे
Opposition attempting a Pegasus narrative alleging hacking bid by the central government.
मुद्दा हो जब नींद खुले तब उठ के क्रिटिसाइज देश की उन्नति को, देश की प्रगति को देख नहीं सकते, पचा नहीं सकते।
The government is refuting the charges behind allegations.
केजरीवाल, संजय सिंह सभी की पूरा मामला, लेकिन आज अरविंद केजरीवाल महाघोटाले पर
Liquor Gate, the Aam Aadmi says this is political vendetta. The BJP.
कई दशक कि करने वालों को की भयानकता, उसकी विकरालता भी दिखाई नहीं देती।
The Prime Minister hits the UPA government. He says the opposition backed terror for their very own. The Maratha quota to the Maratha airport says it's the west of the Ukraine. That's behind. The ED has summoned the Delhi Minister Arvind Kejriwal. There is no news anymore. Yeah, in the Supreme Court yesterday, very clear is that the cannot Supreme Court judgment makes it very clear that Manish Sisodia knew the changes or the modification in the tax policy, which they later took back. Directives also from the Delhi LG. Now, who's the head of it? Is the Chief Minister of Delhi. He doesn't have any portfolios, so there are see. But as the judgment of the Supreme by the deep. So, what are they arrested on the 2nd? The AAP says possibility. They also go and say that in case Kejriwal is arrested on the 2nd, he will continue to run government, short services at Delhi from jail itself. This is not political data, but instead, of course, that have come in both from the AAP and the BJP then.
See, on 2nd November, Arvind Kejriwal has summoned not because Bharatiya Party wants to arrest him. You can see one or the other without evidence. Leaders of the party are getting in jail. And he has a magic weapon, the Prevention of Money Laundering Act, in which anyone having any definitive proof. And once you arrest them under day, then you don't bail. So therefore, this PML Act, the Enforcement Directorate, you being tools of opposition. Finish off
क्या कृषि कहाँ जंग है लग रहा है? क्या हमारे गांव में नाली नहीं है? ठीक हरा भरा है और यहाँ हरा है, हमारे यहाँ की मिट्टी और वो कैसे? बाबूजी भैया चिप्स खा गया। नहीं इसने खा लिया। बाबूजी झूठ बोलिए। नहीं नहीं तुमने खाया। क्यों खेत से को लेकर मत देखो, चपर चपर चुप कराओ इनको। क्या है भाई, इनकी मां लड़ो मत। ये बताइए हमारी हरी अरे बहुत रासायनिक को डालकर मिट्टी को हरा कर दिया, मिट्टी को हम लोग इसीलिए ऊपर से चमक लेकिन अंदर से खोटे हैं। तो यहाँ की मिट्टी रेत और हमारी मिट्टी जहर है। तुमने क्योंकि पारंपरिक और प्राकृतिक ढंग से खेती की जाती है, खाद हम डालते हैं पेस्टिसाइड्स और रसायन। जमीन के नीचे पानी तक को तो हमने जहरीला कर दिया है, धरती लोहा कर दिया है। हम कैसे मान लें? कहो जांच करके जब देखा जाए थोड़ा होगा। चलो 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 ए भाई, ये गाजा बाजा बिजली बारिश होने वाली चमकी। फोटो खींच रहे हैं। ए भाई है क्या? आप मिलने आए हैं? मिलने और साथ में कचरा भी लेना मुश्किल हो जाएगा। तुम लोग भी तो खाते पीते हो, बचा हुआ खाना और सारी चीजें इस क्या नहीं थी? तुम लोगों को बात समझ में नहीं आती। हम प्राकृतिक हैं और जो कुछ भी बच जाता है हम इसी मिट्टी में डालते हैं, खाद बन जाता है। और हम नहीं चाहते कि कोई बाहर से आए हमारी मिट्टी को अंग्रेज भी आए थे हमारे को जहरीला करे। तुम्हें क्या लगता है? अरे आजादी की लड़ाई के नाम योद्धा लोग नहीं। 1854 में हमारी दो बहनें अपने जंगल और बचाने के लिए तो लड़ाई लड़ी थी, भी दी। आज तुमने तुम्हें बुलाओ, ये सजा मिलनी ही चाहिए। ये लोग और हमारी धरती को गुंडा किसने किया? अरे धरती हिल रही है, भूकंप आया। और तुम्हारा ये हाल किसने किया?
जिसके बारे में हम बात कर रहे। मैं धरती माता हूँ। मैं तुम लोगों से कुछ नहीं हूँ। तुम लोग हो, सोचते हो, काटते हो, नदियों में रसायन का मिला, दर्द तुम्हें महसूस नहीं होता? तुम नहीं दे, जब मेरी ही हो जाएगी तो उस जो तो जहरीला ही होगा। आने वाली जहर को आकर धरती बंजर हो जाएगी, हो जाएंगे, दुख देंगे। आपस में लड़ना बंद करो और बचाओ, मेरी रक्षा करो, मैं तुम्हारी रक्षा करूं। तुमने वेदों में नहीं पढ़ा कि धरती की मां है, प्रकृति है। कृष्ण ने गीता में धर्म ग्रंथों का कुछ तो पालन करो।
हम वचन देते हैं कि हम हर तरह का प्रयोग करेंगे। हम रासायनिक खाद और प्राकृतिक रूप से करेंगे और का प्रयोग। हे धरती माँ, हमें शांत दो।
सभी कलाकारों को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। अब मैं भारत सरकार के खेल एवं युवा मामले और सूचना एवं प्रसारण मंत्री अनुराग सिंह जी से अनुरोध करूंगी कि कृपया इस भव्य सभा को करें।
The action has just come in from Union Minister Piyush Goyal. He is now said that the malfunction is improved.
The opposition आजकल कमजोर स्थिति से गुजर रही है, जो उनको हर एक चीज में साजिश दिखती है। वास्तविकता ये है कि दिखता है के बाद में से जाए तो appleid.com में जाके देखिए तो आपको मैंने एक व्यक्ति जिस पहुंचा है .com में, उसमें कोई मैसेज तो नहीं, तो कि ये कुछ या तो एप्पल की तरफ से गलती से आया है, तो दुनिया भर के हैकर भर के लोग इसमें प्रचार प्रसार हैं, पूरी जांच कहा गया इसमें के ऑपोजिशन के नेता आज के गलत फहमियों में इतने गलत प्रचार प्रसार किया कि उनको किसी ने शायद किया होगा, और या उनका ऑफिशियल कर जिसके पास भी ऐसे मैसेजेस आए उन्होंने उचित कार्य की।
और कुछ कई अन्य सिटीजन्स ने मुद्दा उठाया है, बस एप्पल से एक अलर्ट आया है, उसके बारे में क्लियरली कहना चाहता हूं कि बहुत कंसर्न मुद्दे के तक जाएंगे। ने इसमें इन्वेस्टिगेशन ऑर्डर कर दिया है ऑलरेडी, करके तक जाएंगे। आपके एक और रखना चाहूंगा, इस देश में कुछ हमारे सिर्फ क्रिटिक्स हैं, इनको आदत लग गई खुले के क्रिटिसाइज करो। लोग देश की देख नहीं सकते, बचा सकते, क्योंकि इनके तब उन्होंने केवल और केवल एक लक्ष्य के साथ काम किया, अपने परिवार पोषण कर देश ने आज एडवाइजरी की है, तो एडवाइजरी जारी की है, एक एडवाइजरी जारी की है। अगर आपके मेल का देखेंगे बहुत तरह कोई उनके पास जानकारी नहीं है, केवल एक एस्टिमेट के बेसिस पे लोगों को ये अलर्ट दिया है। आप जानते हैं कि एप्पल खुद क्लेम करता है उन सिस्टम इस तरह का है को हैक नहीं कर सकता। अभी कुछ पहले खुद ने अपना वेरिफिकेशन इशू किया है, ऐसा कंपल्सिव टैक्स आरोप लगाने 50 देश में ये इस तरह की एडवाइजरी। तो साथियों, जो लोग देश की प्रगति को बचा नहीं पा रहे, जो लोग देश को ऊपर बढ़ते हुए देख नहीं सकते, वो डिस्ट्रैक्शन टैक्स कर रहे हैं और केवल उनके मन इतना प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी में विश्व में अपने आगे आ रहा है, तो वो डिस्ट्रैक्ट करे और उस लोगों का ध्यान भटकाए।
Celebrated and warnings or whatever. I can say only one thing: has not acted against the interpretation, not fear about anything. It's clear that freedom of expression, privacy, and all civil liberty respected and also protected. Those people who are working against the interests of the country they will be complaining. We are very clear. We are not like Congress party and other people who do illegal acts. Follow the rules and told by the of our country.
श्रीमान किशन रेड्डी जी, अनुराग ठाकुर जी, श्रीमान मेघवाल जी, मंच पर उपस्थित प्रमाणिक जी, बहन आज से आए हुए युवा साथियों, आज है आज के ही दिन देश के हर गांव से एकत्र आप सभी लोग यहां पर आए हैं। मोदी जी को एक प्रकार दो के अमृत महोत्सव कार्यक्रमों का समारोह है और आज सबका किया है अमृत का भी अमृत उत्सव लेकर की 25 देश को बनाने का संकल्प, देश को सर्वप्रथम करने का संकल्प और देश को समृद्ध और ये 25 संकल्प को सिद्ध का समय है। ढेर सारे कार्यक्रम 2 लाख कार्यक्रमों से ज्यादा कार्यक्रमों से जो राष्ट्रीय जागरूकता है अमृत महोत्सव कार्यक्रमों में उस को एक संकल्पों के माध्यम से चेन्नई भारत रचना का संकल्प मोदी ने कहा है। आज देश पवित्र पर आई है, ये मिट्टी अमृत वन में परिवर्तित हुई प्लस हम भारत की हमें इस अवसर पर मैं देश भर से आए हुए सारे युवाओं का बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन और धन्यवाद करता हूं और प्रधान जो हम सबके सामने लक्ष्य रखा है महान भारत रचना वो एकत्रित वो सिद्ध करे, ऐसी अपील कर कर मेरी वाणी को
बहुत आभार। केंद्रीय गृह एवं सहकारिता मंत्री श्री अमित शाह। सज्जनों, देश की पवित्र तिलक लगाकर और उसे अपनी मुट्ठी में भारत के लोगों ने और देश के लिए जीने की सौगंध खाई। इतिहास इस बात का आज इसी माटी को अपने हाथ में लेकर हम भी प्राण की शपथ लेंगे। आप स्थान पर एक पोटली रखी है जिसमें आप द्वारा रखी गई है। यह हम सबका सौभाग्य है कि देश के यशस्वी
like that in the Sederot city when inside the Gaza Strip and projectile was fired from the that is the Hamas and or in Syria the projectile that hit this area.
है ये एशकॉल सेटलमेंट का एरिया है। यहाँ पर टैंक्स तैनात किए, सब खरीद था निशाना बनाया। आदमी की लगातार सिलसिला यहाँ लगातार जारी, इशारा कर रहे हैं नहीं रुकना है।
were operating inside the then the project the territory of Gaza, that is the Hamas terrorists, they fired area.
about the Israeli
रॉकेट जो है यहाँ पर पास में यहाँ
इजराइल ये इंतजार कर रहा है कि जैसे ही सभी लोगों को बाहर लेकर आया जाएगा, आतंकी को लेकर जो स्ट्रेटजी बनाई है वो तैयारी भी की जाएगी।
गोलियों की पोछ
Hello and welcome, you watching. This is exclusive with me, Shavin Sen. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight the focus is on Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, who has been summoned by the Enforcement Directorate, asked to appear on 2nd of November. Why exactly has the Chief Minister now been called in by the Enforcement Directorate? Remember, he had also appeared before the Central Bureau of Investigation. Aam Aadmi Party says that this is nothing but yet another attempt made by the Bharatiya Janata Party to finish Arvind Kejriwal. Remember, several of his colleagues have already been put behind bars. Tonight, we put out the facts. What are the exact reasons for which the Chief Minister has been called in for questioning, and whether at all there is any merit in the allegations that have been leveled against him and his party colleagues. All this and much more on this edition of This Is Exclusive. But up first, these are the headlines we are tracking for you at this hour.
जितनी टैपिंग करनी है कर लो, कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता, मुझे तो कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता। अगर आपको मेरा फोन चाहिए मैं दे देता हूं, आप उठा के ले लो।
Opposition attempts Pegasus narrative rerun, alleges hacking bid by central government.
जिनको आदत लग गई है, कोई भी मुद्दा हो, जब नींद खुले तब उठ के क्रिटिसाइज करो। ये लोग देश की उन्नति को, देश की प्रगति को देख नहीं सकते, पचा नहीं सकते।
Government refutes hacking charges, says compulsive critics behind the allegations.
कि अरविंद केजरीवाल और उनकी पार्टी, मनीष सिसोदिया, संजय सिंह सभी बार बार कहते थे कि पूरा ये मामला बिल्कुल फर्जी है, लेकिन आज तक अरविंद केजरीवाल ने इस पूरे महाघोटाले पर एक शब्द स्पष्टीकरण का नहीं कहा।
Kejriwal summoned in liquor gate. Aam Aadmi Party claims political vendetta. BJP hits out.
भारत के बीते कई दशक साक्षी हैं कि तुष्टीकरण करने वालों को आतंकवाद, उसकी भयानकता, उसकी विकरालता कभी दिखाई नहीं देता।
Prime Minister hits out at UPA government, says opposition backed terror for own benefits. As showdown over Maratha quota continues, Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde set to chair key meet. After targeted mob attack at Russia airport, Putin says West and Ukraine behind attack. Ladies and gentlemen, on the day when Supreme Court denied bail to bribe accused Manish Sisodia and established a 338 crore money trail in the liquor gate scam, the Aam Aadmi Party suffered yet another jolt. The Enforcement Directorate then issued summons to Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal to appear before them on 2nd of November. Now, that development comes after the Enforcement Directorate, in its prosecution complaint filed in January last year, had said that Arvind Kejriwal allegedly spoke on a video call, rather a FaceTime call, with one of the main accused, Sameer Mahendru, and asked him to continue working with co-accused Vijay Nair, Aam Aadmi Party's communication in charge. In fact, now the Indie Alliance alleges that it is a vendetta. However, BJP says that the corrupt face of Aam Aadmi Party has been completely exposed. And in between all of this, we find out where lies the truth. Why exactly has the Delhi Chief Minister been called in for questioning, and how exactly is the Aam Aadmi Party in the dock? But before that, before we bring you some more details of it, let me just put this into perspective. Why exactly is he being called, and whether at all there is any merit to the allegations that have been leveled, and more importantly, the order that has been passed by the Supreme Court, and the very fact that in the previous hearing that took place before the Supreme Court, remember, the Enforcement Directorate too had some uncomfortable questions to ask us as far as the liquor gate is concerned. Let's just put out the breaking news up front as we're getting more details, exclusive details of the liquor gate investigation. And in a short while from now, we'll also be joined by a senior executive editor, Abhishek Kapoor, who's going to just help us break down, one, the Supreme Court order, and second, the investigation. Let's take you through the first big breaking news now coming in. These are the inside details that we have got with regards to why exactly has Arvind Kejriwal been called in for questioning. Now, there are majorly four reasons. Number one, being that Goa election funding is underalleged, and probe is on the advertising company which has received part payment in cash and the rest was paid through check. That's what top sources indicating. Now, Enforcement Directorate suspects Hawala transaction that took place during the Goa elections. That's breaking number one, reason number one that we are putting out. Why exactly has the Chief Minister been called in for questioning? Let me also introduce our senior executive editor, Abhishek Kapoor, on the first important breaking news now coming in. There is a Hawala transaction. Let's also put out the details that this is about the Goa funding, where there has been part payment in cash and part in check. Abhishek, sources within the Enforcement Directorate are indicating that he's the national convener. He was aware of the fact that transaction did actually take place, part in cash and part in check. In fact, the person connected to the advertising company has also been picked up by the Enforcement Directorate. They say that there is a statement that has already been recorded. Just to put this into perspective, the Supreme Court order, which of course has gone in favor of the enforcement directorate, but also some observations that were made during the hearing, which was scathing to say the least. And the enforcement directorate certainly had some very uncomfortable questions to answer.
Well, Shravan, let's begin with the basics first. The Aam Aadmi Party can't cry political vendetta now. It's damning. It's a Supreme Court order, and it rejects the bail, and it says that we are not inclined to go by the arguments given by the petitioner, in this case, Manish Sisodia. So it's clear that the Supreme Court has not found any merit in the arguments put across by the side of Manish Sisodia. And, the most damning part, or the operative part of the judgment itself, should really make Aam Aadmi Party really go back to the drawing board and come back with a little more cogent explanation of its position. Because what the operative part says, Shravan, is essentially it lock, stock, barrel agrees with the prosecution when it says, for example, that the policy tweak did lead to cartelization, something which the agencies say. The policy tweak did lead to loss to the exchequer, something which the prosecution says. The policy tweak did lead to a windfall gain of about 338 crore rupees to these liquor group within a span of 10 months. And that money obviously was routed, rerouted, etc. in the form of kickbacks and bribe. That's something which obviously the investigation has to prove, the prosecution has to come back and prove. But the court prima facie has agreed with this argument that there was a scam. So till now, the Aam Aadmi Party could say that there was no scam. Now they can't.
Okay. Abhishek, what we're doing right now is for our viewers to understand. We're putting out both sides, what's coming in from our sources within the enforcement directorate, and also hoping that the Aam Aadmi Party would also respond to some of the allegations that have been leveled. It remains to be seen whether this is going to stand the scrutiny of the court or not, because it's important to point out here, as you rightly pointed out, a scathing order has come in. Manish Sisodia's bail has already been rejected. But what we are doing right now, let's also put this on our screens right on the grid, as far as what are the four reasons that we have identified after speaking to our sources within the enforcement directorate to understand why exactly is the chief minister of national capital being called in for questioning. Let's put out reason number 2. Another reason why Kejriwal has been questioned or is being called in for questioning is because they maintain that accused Vijay Nair, who is essentially responsible for tweaking the excise policy, was staying at a minister's residence, in fact adjacent to the chief minister's bungalow. Vijay Nair, a close confidant of Arvind Kejriwal, according to the enforcement directorate, and as a national convener, Kejriwal would essentially be questioned for the inflow of funds during the poll season. That's reason number 2. Abhishek, the understanding here is this, that the national convener would certainly have a full picture of the money that his party was allegedly receiving. They are saying that, look here, about 12% commission that was being given, or the profit margin from 5 to about 12%, that has resulted into a 338 crore rupees profit for one particular company, or rather a few companies put together. Part of it, there was a quid pro quo.
Yeah, absolutely. And the way the Aam Aadmi Party functions, or for that matter...
Abhishek, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I believe that the Prime Minister is speaking at the Kartavya part. Let's just cut to that.
तीव्रता के साथ मेरे साथ बोलिए, भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की। केंद्रीय मंत्रिमंडल के मेरे सहयोगी अमित भाई, किशन रेड्डी, अनुराग ठाकुर, अर्जुन राम मेघवाल, मीनाक्षी लेखी, निशित प्रामाणिक, देश भर से यहां पधारे मेरे सभी युवा साथियों और मेरे परिवारजनों, आज लौह पुरुष सरदार वल्लभ भाई पटेल की जयंती पर कर्तव्य पथ एक ऐतिहासिक महायज्ञ का साक्षी बन रहा है। 12 मार्च 2021 दांडी यात्रा वाला दिन था। 12 मार्च 2021 को गांधी जी की प्रेरणा से साबरमती आश्रम से शुरू हुआ आजादी का अमृत महोत्सव अब 31 अक्टूबर 2023 आज सरदार साहब की जयंती पर यहां पर उसका समापन है, समापन की पल है। जैसी दांडी यात्रा शुरू होने के बाद देशवासी उससे जुड़ते गए, वैसे ही आजादी के अमृत महोत्सव ने जन भागीदारी का ऐसा हुजूम देखा कि नया इतिहास बन गया। दांडी यात्रा ने स्वतंत्र भारत की लौ को और तेजस्वी किया था। 75 साल की ये यात्रा समृद्ध भारत के सपने को साकार करने वाला कालखंड बन रहा है। 2 वर्ष से अधिक चले इस महोत्सव का मेरी माटी मेरा देश अभियान के साथ समापन हो रहा है। आज आजादी का अमृत महोत्सव एक याद के लिए स्मारक का शिलान्यास भी हुआ है। ये स्मारक आने वाली पीढ़ियों को हमेशा इस ऐतिहासिक आयोजन की याद दिलाएगी। बेहतरीन आयोजनों के लिए यहां कुछ राज्यों, मंत्रालयों और विभागों को पुरस्कार भी दिए गए हैं। मैं सभी पुरस्कार विजेताओं को भी और उस राज्य के सभी नागरिकों को भी बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। मेरे परिवारजनों, एक तरफ हम आज एक महा उत्सव को समापन कर रहे हैं, तो साथ ही एक नए संकल्प का शुभारंभ भी कर रहे हैं। आज मेरा युवा भारत संगठन यानी माय भारत की नींव रखी गई है। 21वीं सदी में राष्ट्र निर्माण के लिए मेरा युवा भारत संगठन बहुत बड़ी भूमिका निभाने वाला है। इसके लिए मैं देश के युवाओं को विशेष तौर पर बधाई देता हूं। मेरे परिवारजनों, भारत के युवा कैसे संगठित होकर हर लक्ष्य प्राप्त कर सकते हैं, इसका प्रत्यक्ष उदाहरण मेरी माटी मेरा देश अभियान है। मेरी माटी मेरा देश इस अभियान में गांव-गांव, गली-गली से कोटि-कोटि देश के युवा जुड़े हैं। देश भर में लाखों आयोजन हुए। अनगिनत भारतीयों ने अपने हाथों से अपने आंगन, अपने खेत की मिट्टी अमृत कलश में डाली है। देश भर से 8,500 अमृत कलश आज यहां पहुंचे हैं। इस अभियान के तहत करोड़ों भारतीयों ने पंच प्रण की प्रतिज्ञा ली है, पंच प्राण की प्रतिज्ञा ली है। करोड़ों भारतीयों ने अपनी सेल्फीज को कैंपेन वेबसाइट पर अपलोड भी किया है। साथियों, कई लोगों के मन में ये सवाल उठ सकता है कि आखिर मिट्टी ही क्यों? मिट्टी से भरे कलश ही क्यों? एक कवि ने कहा है, यह वह मिट्टी जिसके रस से जीवन पलता आया, जिसके बल पर आदिम युग से मानव चलता आया। यह तेरी सभ्यता संस्कृति, इस पर ही अवलंबित युगों युगों के चरण चिन्ह इसकी छाती पर अंकित। बड़ी बड़ी महान सभ्यताएं समाप्त हो गई, लेकिन भारत की मिट्टी वो चेतना है, भारत की मिट्टी में वो प्राण शक्ति है जिसने इस राष्ट्र को अनादिकाल से आज तक बचा कर रखा है। ये वो माटी है जो देश के कोने कोने से आत्मीयता और अध्यात्म हर प्रकार से हमारी आत्मा को जोड़ती है। इस मिट्टी की सौगंध खाकर हमारे वीरों ने आजादी की लड़ाई लड़ी। कितने ही किस्से इस मिट्टी से जुड़े हुए हैं। इसी माटी में 100 साल पहले एक छोटा सा बच्चा लकड़ियां बो रहा था और जब उसके पिता ने पूछा कि क्या बो रहे हो, तो वो बोला कि बंदूकें बो रहा हूं। पिता ने पूछा कि बंदूकों का क्या करोगे, तो उस बालक ने कहा, अपने देश को आजाद कराऊंगा। उसी बालक ने बड़े होकर बलिदान की वो ऊंचाई हासिल की जिसे आज भी छूना मुश्किल है। वो बालक कोई और नहीं, वीर शहीद भगत सिंह थे। इसी माटी के लिए एक सेनानी ने कहा था, दिल से निकलेगी न मरकर कभी वतन की उल्फत, मेरी मिट्टी से भी खुशबुए वफा आएगी। किसान हो, वीर जवान हो, किसका खून पसीना इसमें नहीं मिला है। इसी माटी के लिए कहा गया है, चंदन है इस देश की माटी, तपोभूमि हर ग्राम है। माटी स्वरूपा इस चंदन को अपने सिर माथे पर लगाने के लिए हम सब लालायित रहते हैं। हमारे मन मस्तिष्क में 24 घंटे यही चला करता है, जो माटी का कर्ज चुका दे, जो माटी का कर्ज चुका दे, वही जिंदगानी है। जो माटी का कर्ज चुका दे वही जिंदगानी है। इसलिए ये जो अमृत कलश यहां आए हैं, इनके भीतर मिट्टी का हर कण अनमोल है। ये हमारे लिए सुदामा की पोटली में रखे चावलों की तरह हैं। जैसे पोटली के चावल की उस मुट्ठी में एक लोक की संपत्ति समाहित थी, वैसे ही इन हजारों अमृत कलशों में देश के हर परिवार के सपने, आकांक्षाएं, अनगिनत संकल्प है। देश के हर घर आंगन से जो मिट्टी यहां पहुंची है, वो हमें कर्तव्य भाव की याद दिलाती रहेगी। ये मिट्टी हमें विकसित भारत के अपने संकल्प की सिद्धि के लिए और अधिक परिश्रम के लिए प्रेरित करती रहेगी। संकल्प आज हम लेते हैं, जन जन को जाके जगाएंगे, जन जन को जाके जगाएंगे। सौगंध मुझे इस मिट्टी के, सौगंध मुझे इस मिट्टी की, हम भारत भव्य बनाएंगे, हम भारत भव्य बनाएंगे। साथियों, इस मिट्टी के साथ साथ देश भर से जो पौधे आए हैं, उनसे मिलकर यहां अमृत वाटिका बनाई जा रही है। इसका शिलान्यास भी अभी यहां हुआ है। यह अमृत वाटिका आने वाली पीढ़ियों को एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत की प्रेरणा देगी। बहुत कम लोगों को ये पता होगा कि नए संसद भवन में जन जननी जन्मभूमि नाम की एक कलाकृति है। इसे देश के कोने कोने से 75 महिला कलाकारों ने देश के हर राज्य की मिट्टी से ही निर्मित किया हुआ है, जो नए संसद भवन में है। ये भी हम सभी के लिए बड़ी प्रेरणा है। मेरे परिवारजनों, आजादी का अमृत महोत्सव करीब करीब 1000 दिन चला और इन 1000 दिनों ने सबसे बड़ा और सकारात्मक प्रभाव भारत की युवा पीढ़ी पर डाला है। इसने युवा पीढ़ी को आजादी के मूल्य का एहसास कराया है। साथियों, आपकी तरह मैंने भी आज की पीढ़ी ने गुलामी नहीं देखी। आजादी के लिए वो तड़प, वो तप और वो त्याग भी नहीं देखा। हम में से अनेक लोग तो आजादी के बाद ही पैदा हुए हैं। मैं देश का पहला प्रधानमंत्री हूं जिसका जन्म आजादी के बाद हुआ। मुझे भी अमृत महोत्सव के दौरान बहुत सी नई जानकारियां मिली। कितने ही आदिवासी योद्धाओं के नाम इस दौरान सामने आए। पूरे देश को पता चला कि गुलामी के लंबे कालखंड में एक पल भी ऐसा नहीं था जब आजादी के आंदोलन न हुआ हो। कोई क्षेत्र, कोई वर्ग इन आंदोलनों से अछूत नहीं था। दूरदर्शन पर जब मैं स्वराज उस सीरीज को देख रहा था, तब मेरे जो भाव थे, वही भाव मैं देश के युवाओं में भी देख रहा हूं। आजादी के आंदोलन की अनेक गाथाओं को इस महोत्सव ने उजागर किया है। साथियों, अमृत महोत्सव को पूरे देश ने जन जन का उत्सव बना दिया था। हर घर तिरंगा अभियान की सफलता हर भारतीय की सफलता है। देश के करोड़ों परिवारों को पहली बार यह एहसास भी हुआ है कि उनके परिवार का, उनके गांव का भी आजादी में सक्रिय योगदान था। उसका जिक्र भले ही इतिहास की किताबों में नहीं हुआ, लेकिन अब वो गांव गांव में बनी स्मारकों में, शिलालेखों में हमेशा के लिए अंकित हो चुका है। अमृत महोत्सव ने इस प्रकार से इतिहास के छूटे हुए पृष्ठ को भविष्य की पीढ़ियों के लिए जोड़ दिया है। आजादी के आंदोलन में सक्रिय रहे सेनानियों का जिलावार एक बहुत बड़ा डेटाबेस भी तैयार हुआ है। अल्लूरी सीताराम राजू हो, वरीकुटी चिन्नैया हो, तांतिया भील हो, तिरोसी हो, ऐसे अनेक योद्धाओं के बारे में पूरे देश को जानने का अवसर मिला है। कित्तूर की रानी चेन्नम्मा, रानी गायदिन्ल्यो, रानी वेल्लू नचियार, मतंगिनी हाजरा, रानी लक्ष्मीबाई, वीरांगना जलकारी बाई तक देश की नारी शक्ति को भी अमृत महोत्सव के दौरान हमने नमन किया। मेरे परिवारजनों, जब नियत नेक हो, राष्ट्र प्रथम की भावना सर्वोपरि हो, तो नतीजे भी उत्तम से उत्तम मिलते हैं। आजादी के इसी अमृत महोत्सव के दौरान भारत ने ऐतिहासिक उपलब्धियां भी हासिल की है। हमने सदी के सबसे बड़े संकट कोरोना काल का सफलतापूर्वक मुकाबला किया। इसी दौरान हमने विकसित भारत के निर्माण का रोडमैप बनाया। अमृत महोत्सव के दौरान ही भारत दुनिया की 5वीं बड़ी आर्थिक ताकत बना। अमृत महोत्सव के दरमियान ही दुनिया में बड़े बड़े संकटों के बावजूद सबसे तेजी से बढ़ती बड़ी इकोनॉमी बना। भारत ने चंद्रमा पर अपना चंद्रयान उतारा। भारत ने ऐतिहासिक G20 शिखर सम्मेलन का आयोजन किया। भारत ने एशियाई खेलों और एशियन पैरा गेम्स में 100 पदकों का रिकॉर्ड बनाया। अमृत महोत्सव के दौरान ही भारत को 21वीं सदी का नया संसद भवन मिला। महिलाओं को सशक्त करने वाला ऐतिहासिक नारी शक्ति मंदन अधिनियम मिला। भारत ने निर्यात के नए रिकॉर्ड बनाए। कृषि उत्पादन में नया रिकॉर्ड बनाया। इसी दौरान वंदे भारत ट्रेनों का भी अभूतपूर्व विस्तार हुआ। रेलवे स्टेशनों का कायाकल्प करने वाला अमृत भारत स्टेशन अभियान शुरू हुआ। देश को पहली रीजनल रैपिड ट्रेन नमो भारत मिली। देश भर में 65,000 1000 से अधिक अमृत सरोवर बनाए गए, भारत में मेड इन इंडिया 5G लॉन्च हुआ और सबसे तेजी से विस्तार भी हुआ। इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के निर्माण के लिए पीएम गति शक्ति नेशनल मास्टर प्लान भी इसी दौरान लॉन्च हुआ। अनगिनत बातें मैं आपके सामने रख सकता हूं। मेरे परिवारजनों, आजादी के अमृत महोत्सव के दौरान देश ने राजपथ से कर्तव्य पथ तक का सफर भी पूरा कर लिया है। हमने गुलामी के भी अनेक प्रतीकों को हटाया। अब कर्तव्य पथ के एक छोर पर आजाद हिंद सरकार के पहले प्रधानमंत्री नेताजी सुभाष चंद्र बोस की प्रतिमा है। अब हमारी नौसेना के पास छत्रपति वीर शिवाजी महाराज की प्रेरणा से नया ध्वज है। अब अंडमान और निकोबार के द्वीपों को स्वदेशी नाम मिला है। इसी अमृत महोत्सव के दौरान जनजातीय गौरव दिवस की घोषणा हुई। इसी अमृत महोत्सव के दौरान साहिबजादों की याद में वीर बाल दिवस की घोषणा हुई। अमृत महोत्सव के दौरान ही 14 अगस्त को विभाजन विभीषिका दिवस के रूप में देश को याद कराया गया। मेरे परिवारजनों, हमारे यहां कहा जाता है, अंतः अस्ति प्रारंभ, यानी जहां से अंत होता है वहीं से कुछ नए की शुरुआत भी होती है। अमृत महोत्सव के समापन के साथ ही आज मेरा युवा भारत संगठन माय भारत, इसका शुभारंभ हो रहा है। मेरा युवा भारत संगठन माय भारत भारत की युवा शक्ति का उद्घोष है। ये देश के हर युवा को एक मंच, एक प्लेटफॉर्म पर लाने का बहुत बड़ा माध्यम बनेगा। ये देश के युवाओं की राष्ट्र निर्माण में अधिक से अधिक भागीदारी सुनिश्चित करेगा। युवाओं के लिए जो अलग अलग प्रोग्राम चलते हैं वे सभी इसमें समाहित होंगे। आज माय भारत की वेबसाइट भी शुरू हो गई है। मैं आज के नौजवानों से कहूंगा, आप ज्यादा से ज्यादा इससे जुड़िए, भारत को नई ऊर्जा से भरिए, भारत को आगे ले जाने का संकल्प कीजिए, पुरुषार्थ कीजिए, पराक्रम कीजिए और सिद्धि को हासिल करके रहिए। साथियों, भारत की आजादी हमारे साझा संकल्पों की सिद्धि है। हमें मिलकर इसकी निरंतर रक्षा करनी है। हमें 2047 तक, जब देश आजादी के 100 साल मनाएगा, तब तक भारत को विकसित देश बनाना है। आजादी के 100 साल पूरे होने पर आज के इस विशेष दिवस को याद करेगा। हमने जो संकल्प लिया, हमने आने वाली पीढ़ी से जो वादे किए, उसे हमें पूरा करना ही होगा। इसलिए हमें अपने प्रयास तेज करने हैं। विकसित देश का लक्ष्य हासिल करने के लिए हर भारतीय का योगदान अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण है। आइए हम मिलकर अमृत महोत्सव के इस समापन से विकसित भारत के अमृत काल की एक नई यात्रा का आरंभ करें। सपनों को संकल्प बनाएं, संकल्प को परिश्रम का अभिषेक करें, सिद्धि 2047 में प्राप्त कर करके ही रुकेंगे। आइए नौजवान, इसी संकल्प के साथ चल पड़े, मेरे साथ बोलिए। और आज ये माय भारत संगठन के प्रारंभ के आनंद में मैं आप सबसे कहता हूं, अपना मोबाइल फोन निकालिए, उसकी फ्लैश चालू कीजिए। चारों तरफ आजादी के अमृत महोत्सव का ये नया रंग भी, ये नया उमंग भी, ये नया अवसर भी। मेरे साथ बोलिए, भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की, वंदे 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 वंदे। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
बहुत बहुत आभार माननीय प्रधानमंत्री महोदय का। एक बार आप सबकी करतल ध्वनि से महोदय, आपका जीवन, आपका कृतित्व, आपका चिंतन, आपका विजन इस देश की अमूल्य थाती है, हम सबके लिए प्रेरणा का सबसे बड़ा स्रोत है और हम सबका मार्गदर्शन भी। बहुत बहुत आभार माननीय प्रधानमंत्री महोदय का। आजादी का अमृत महोत्सव, हर घर तिरंगा, मेरी माटी मेरा देश आपके चिंतन के ही स्वरूप हैं, जो हमें राष्ट्र के प्रति समर्पित होने के लिए प्रेरित करते हैं। बहुत बहुत आभार माननीय प्रधानमंत्री महोदय का। नमन आप जैसी विभूति को। आभार माननीय श्री अमित शाह जी, केंद्रीय गृह एवं सहकारिता मंत्री, श्री जी किशन।
Prime Minister Modi marking the culmination of the Meri Mati Mera Desh campaign, where he pledges for a developed nation and says that this is the beginning of Amrit Kal. Prime Minister Modi, who also offered soil into the Amrit Kalash at Kartavya Path, he addressed the entire nation, saying that Meri Mati Mera Desh campaign is an example of how the youth of India can unite and achieve every goal. On that note, we step into a short commercial break. We'll be back on the other side. Do stay with us.
गाजा के बहुत करीब है, करीब 500 मीटर की दूरी पर यहाँ गाजा है। ये एशकॉल सेटलमेंट का एरिया है, यहाँ पर टैंक्स तैनात किए गए हैं। रात भर यहाँ पे शेलिंग होती रही। ये वो इलाका है जो सबसे करीब था जब आतंकवादी 7 अक्टूबर को घुसे यहाँ पर। ये बेतरतीब तस्वीरें बताती हैं कि आखिर किस तरह से आतंकवादियों ने मासूम लोगों को निशाना बनाया। आर्मी की बीएमपी जाती भी दिखाई दे रही है। लगातार सैनिकों के आने जाने का सिलसिला यहाँ पर लगातार जारी है और तस्वीरें हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं। ये हमें इशारा कर रहे हैं कि हमें यहाँ नहीं रुकना है।
This was one of the strikes that took place in the Sderot city when the Israeli Defense Forces were operating inside the Gaza Strip. Then the projectile was fired from the territory of Gaza, that is the Hamas terrorists. They fired and it landed in the area. The projectile that was fired by the terrorists of Hamas has hit this area. strike that took place in the Sderot city when the Israeli Defense Forces were operating inside the Gaza Strip. Then the projectile was fired from the territory of Gaza, that is the Hamas terrorists. They fired and it landed in the area. The projectile that was fired by the terrorists of Hamas has hit this area.
Prime Minister Modi flagged off a heritage train from Ekta Nagar to Ahmedabad on the National Unity Day, the first heritage train of Gujarat to facilitate the travel of passengers and tourists visiting the Statue of Unity from Ahmedabad. Lieutenant Governor of Jammu and Kashmir Manoj Sinha flagged off the Run for Unity on the occasion of the 148th birth anniversary of Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel at Bakshi Stadium in Srinagar on Tuesday with great enthusiasm and fervour. Ahead of filing nominations for the upcoming Rajasthan Assembly elections, Congress leader Sachin Pilot said that the party high command will decide on a chief ministerial candidate. Congress has fielded Sachin Pilot from Tonk. President Draupadi Murmu on Tuesday arrived in Leh on a two-day state visit to Union Territory. President Murmu will also attend the Foundation Day celebrations of the Union Territory Ladakh in Leh. DMK leader and Tamil Nadu Minister Udayanidhi Stalin submitted before the Madras High Court that the petitioner who had filed a complaint against him over his alleged anti-Sanatan Dharm remarks should produce related evidence and that the court cannot compel him to do anything against his constitutional right. Time now for a short commercial break. On the other side, we get you details as Kejriwal summoned in Liquorgate case. Aam Aadmi Party claims political vendetta. BJP hits out. After targeted bomb attack at Russia airport, Putin says Western Ukraine behind the attack.
In the India Today Best Universities 2023 survey, released recently, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
This was one of the strikes that took place in the Sderot city when the Israeli Defense Forces were operating inside the Gaza Strip. Then the projectile was fired from the territory of Gaza, that is the Hamas terrorists. They fired and it landed in the area. The projectile that was fired by the terrorists of Hamas has hit this area. As we report from inside Kafar Raza, we are showing you the horror of the Hamas terrorists, how they have unleashed terror here on the civilians. 63 people were killed by the Hamas terrorists, while more than 17 they have been abducted. That nothing here is left lively. They wanted to destroy everything, and that is what exactly the terrorists of Hamas have done. This was one of the strikes that
The Kalyan Karnataka Road Transport Corporation has suspended its bus services to Maharashtra after one of its buses was set on fire by protesters in Maharashtra during the ongoing agitation for the Maratha reservation. Here's a report on the same.
A bus from Karnataka has been set in fire in Maharashtra, and this bus was moving from Bhalki in Bidar district towards Pune, and this incident has been reported from Tururi in Maharashtra, and a case has also been registered at the Umarga police station. Now 39 passengers were on board this bus as well, and the protesters then asked the passengers to get down, and they have immediately burnt this particular bus from Maharashtra. And the Home Minister of the state of Karnataka has taken this seriously, and the Karnataka government has now suspended bus services to the state of Maharashtra as well, as things seem to be only going ahead and intensifying here. Now the KSRTC officials, Karnataka State Road Transport Corporation's officials also came to the spot. They inspected the spot. They have already conducted a preliminary investigation, and they have also submitted a complaint to the Umarga police station in Maharashtra, apart from which the remains of the bus has now been taken away to the Bidar district as well, and the state government of Karnataka has condemned this and have stated that they will also be having a word with the Maharashtra government.
Time now for a short break. On the other side, opposition attempts Pegasus narrative rerun alleges hacking bid by the central government. Kejriwal summoned in Liquorgate. Aam Aadmi Party claims political vendetta. BJP hits out.
was one of the strikes that took place in the Sderot city when the Israeli Defense Forces were operating inside the Gaza Strip. Then the projectile was fired from the territory of Gaza, that is the Hamas terrorists. They fired and it landed in the area. The projectile that was fired by the terrorists of Hamas has hit this area. of the strike that took place in the Sderot city when the Israeli Defense Forces were operating inside the Gaza Strip. Then the projectile was fired from the territory of Gaza, that is the Hamas terrorists. They fired and it landed in the area. The projectile that was fired by the terrorists of Hamas has hit this area. As we report from inside Kafar Raza, we are showing you the horror of the Hamas terrorists, how they have unleashed terror here.
Staying with the Republic, and well, the Kerala police has registered an FIR against Union MOS Rajiv Chandrasekhar for allegedly making statements promoting enmity between different groups. On Monday, you would remember, Rajiv Chandrasekhar had accused Kerala Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan of being tolerant towards radical elements. Getting you all the details in this report.
FIR has been registered against Union Minister Rajiv Chandrasekhar, and this case has been booked under Section 153A, and this is related to his Facebook post that he put up on 29th of October after the blast happened in Kalamassery, Ernakulam, and the Ernakulam Cybercrime Cell has registered this case against him, and they've also stated that the opinions of and the legal advice of the state government has also been sought under to book this case. And earlier we saw a war of words between the Union Minister and the Chief Minister of Kerala, Pinarayi Vijayan, regarding appeasement politics. And this Facebook post, which also contains words such as Hamas, terrorism, Palestine, has now come under the radar, and that is why this case has been registered against Union Minister. And we'll have to see how the Minister reacts to it and what are the upcoming proceedings that is going to happen in this case. This is Vashni Ramu along with camera person Nanda Kumar from Kerala for Republic TV.
Time now for a short break. On the other side, Kejriwal summoned in Liquorgate. Aam Aadmi Party claims political vendetta. BJP hits out. After targeted mob attack at Russia airport, Putin says Western Ukraine behind the attack.
In the India Today Best Universities 2023 survey, released recently, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
As we report from inside Kafar Raza, we are showing you the horror of the Hamas terrorists, how they have unleashed terror here on the civilians. 63 people were killed by the Hamas terrorists, while more than 17 they have been abducted. That nothing here is left lively. They wanted to destroy everything, and that is what exactly the terrorists of Hamas have done. This was one of the strikes that took place in the Sderot city when the Israeli Defense Forces were operating inside the Gaza Strip. Then the projectile was fired from the territory of Gaza, that is the Hamas terrorists. They fired and it landed in the area. The projectile that was fired by the terrorists of Hamas has hit this area.
के बहुत करीब है, करीब 500 मीटर की दूरी पर यहाँ गाजा है। ये एशकॉल सेटलमेंट का एरिया है, यहाँ पर टैंक्स तैनात किए गए हैं रात भर, यहाँ पे शेलिंग होती रही। ये वो इलाका है जो सबसे करीब था जब आतंकवादी 7 अक्टूबर को घुसे यहाँ पर। ये बेतरतीब तस्वीरें बताती हैं कि आखिर किस तरह से आतंकवादियों ने मासूम लोगों को निशाना बनाया। आर्मी की बीएमपी जाती भी दिखाई दे रही है। लगातार सैनिकों के आने जाने का सिलसिला यहाँ पर लगातार जारी है और तस्वीरें हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं। ये हमें इशारा कर रहे हैं कि हमें यहाँ नहीं रुकना है।
This was one of the strikes that took place in the Sderot city when the Israeli Defense Forces were operating inside the Gaza Strip. Then the projectile was fired from the territory of Gaza, that is the Hamas terrorists. They fired and it landed in the area. The projectile that was fired by the terrorists of Hamas has hit this area. Israel is all prepared for the big war, the Hamas terrorists.
The rockets being fired, of course, at Kibbutz Be'eri only.
बहुत सारे ऐसे इलाके हैं जहां अभी भी हमास के आतंकी फायर कर रहे हैं।
Get down again, it's a missile.
कम से कम दर्जन भर रॉकेट्स की आवाज आई है जो हिजबुल्लाह ने दागे हैं।
We have been hearing continuously an explosion.
तकरीबन 50 से 70 BMP जो हैं वो फॉरवर्ड एरियाज पर हैं।
The people here were staying, but there was a rocket that was fired.
एशकुलॉन की तरफ वो टैंक्स जा रहे हैं।
हमारी सबसे बड़ी टीम ग्राउंड जीरो पर है।
Confident about the Israeli forces has it, and they are on their way.
रॉकेट जो है वो यहाँ पर दागे जा रहे हैं और वो देखिए आप हमारे सिर के ऊपर से पास में जो है वो यहाँ पे मिसाइल्स गिरी है।
इजराइल अब ये इंतजार कर रहा है कि जैसे ही सभी लोगों को बाहर लेकर आया जाएगा, आतंकी को खत्म करने को लेकर जो स्ट्रैटेजी इजराइल ने बनाई है उसकी तैयारी भी की जाएगी।
ಇಸ್ರೇಲ್ ಹಾಗೂ ಹಮಾಸ್ ನಡುವಿನ ಸಂಘರ್ಷ 12ನೇ ದಿನಕ್ಕೆ ಕಾಲಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ. ರಿಪಬ್ಲಿಕ್ ಕನ್ನಡ ದಿಟ್ಟ ವರದಿಯನ್ನ ಇಲ್ಲಿಂದಲೇ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದು
गोलियों की बौछार हमास के आतंकियों द्वारा कर दी गई।
So there is an alert. There is an alert which is
As the Supreme Court, ladies and gentlemen, sniffed a money trail. This is the Delhi Liquorgate scam. They say that is the reason why Manish Sisodia, the former Delhi Deputy Chief Minister, cannot be given a bail. But then, hours after that big verdict, you have the Enforcement Directorate summoning Arvind Kejriwal. And the Aam Aadmi Party itself now says that Arvind Kejriwal will be arrested on November the 2nd. Will that happen? Can that happen? And if that happens, what could be the basis of the Enforcement Directorate going in for that huge action? We'll deep dive into that big subject. Lot of interesting factoids, lot of breaking updates on that big story. First up, as always, the headlines on the show. The opposition tries to peddle a Pegasus-like narrative alleging state-sponsored hacking over Apple alerts. The government hits back strongly at the compulsive critics over charges, begins investigation into the notifications. There is this war of words between the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP as the Enforcement Directorate summons Arvind Kejriwal in connection with the Liquorgate investigation. Republic also accesses exclusive details of the reasons behind the Enforcement Directorate summoning the Delhi Chief Minister. In more news, there has been a massive showdown over the Maratha quota demand. In the state of Maharashtra, the Chief Minister earlier has chaired a key cabinet meet. The Prime Minister resolves for a developed India of Amrit Kal in a spectacular Meri Mati Mera Desh celebration. And the Russian president is taking on the West and Ukraine as he blames them now for the mob rampage that we saw at the Russian airport. So they say this is a witch hunt. They say there is no merit in the case against Satyendra Jain, then against Sanjay Singh, then against Manish Sisodia. And now they say there is no reason why Arvind Kejriwal should be summoned. But ladies and gentlemen, the Delhi Chief Minister has been summoned. That is the biggest ramification of what the Supreme Court said just about yesterday. And clearly, this is an issue that Republic has covered very closely. A lot of questions, at least on my mind, and I believe must be on top of your mind, because this is that one party, this is that one neta who again and again has said, he's kattar imandar. Hum sabse imandar hain. That's again and again what Arvind Kejriwal has mentioned. The party has its genesis in an anti-corruption movement. The party is just about 10 years old, but today it's a national party. You've seen what the party has done in Delhi. It has spectacularly won elections in the national capital. It has also won the state of Punjab. But then, what happens to the party here on? Now, on your screen right now are questions that our team just decided to put out. And then we'll try to answer those questions one by one. We'll also take you through the entire journey of the AAP, the arrests, where do those cases stand, and what happens in case Arvind Kejriwal is actually arrested on the 2nd of November, as a lot of their own party netas now believe. What happens? The first question, is there a Kejriwal link to Liquorgate? Now the answer is a yes. Because if we just go through what the Supreme Court, remember, has said about yesterday in its verdict, where it kind of does take into account the charge sheet that has been filed by the CBI, where it says that Manish Sisodia was aware of the changes that were made to the Delhi excise policy. Now he, remember, was the Deputy Chief Minister. So can there be a situation where the Delhi Deputy Chief Minister is aware of changes that are being made to the excise policy, but the Chief Minister is not? No one is going to take that explanation. So yes, the agencies believe that there is possibly a direct link of Arvind Kejriwal to the Delhi excise policy scam. Let's bring up the next question. That's going to go up on our screens in just a moment. And like I said, all this coverage is based on how the case has moved in the Supreme Court, how the case has been fought and argued by both the defense and the prosecution. This brings us to the second question. What could happen on November the 2nd? Now you would recall, some time ago, Arvind Kejriwal was also questioned. He was questioned for a good 9 hours. 9 hours. 56 questions were asked of him. But then, he was questioned as a quote-unquote witness. So now when he's going to be questioned by the Enforcement Directorate on the 2nd, what could happen? Now, after what the Supreme Court has said about Manish Sisodia and the role of Manish Sisodia and a possible tentative money trail, it is very, very likely that there could be some action against Arvind Kejriwal. What could be that action? Could that be an arrest? No one knows. We are not speculating. But the Aam Aadmi Party itself believes कि 2 तारीख को Enforcement Directorate Arvind Kejriwal को गिरफ्तार कर लेगी. That brings us to the next question, because clearly that's one question that you will keep asking us till November the 2nd of Arvind Kejriwal. Could he be arrested? Is that even possible? Now, the other question that's on your screen that's equally important is, with top leaders in jail, can Arvind Kejriwal deny responsibility? Now remember Satyendra Jain, who was also arrested in a different case, though he is out on bail right now because of health reasons. But then Sanjay Singh, a Rajya Sabha member of Parliament, Manish Sisodia, who's been a former Delhi Deputy Chief Minister, he's been arrested in the same case. And according to again what the Supreme Court says just about yesterday in its verdict, one thing is clear, that the court possibly is wanting to grant some kind of an indication to the Enforcement Directorate that we are satisfied with what you have said, what you've presented so far in your charge sheet. And that's the reason why the court verbatim, remember, is putting out and quoting much of what the agencies have said so far, and that is why the case against Manish Sisodia becomes extremely, extremely important for the future also of Arvind Kejriwal. This will take us to our next question, and we'll also bring you an entire show flow to tell you that where has the Aam Aadmi Party moved in the last many, many years, just about 10 years. Now, what is next for the Aam Aadmi Party with top leaders under the lens? Like we all know, there have been multiple charges against multiple of its MLAs. The Aam Aadmi Party says ये सब witch hunt है, हमसे डर गई है भाजपा और इसलिए ये सब करते हैं. But then remember, like I said, just 3 netas if you think about. Satyendra Jain gets relief only on medical grounds. Sanjay Singh continues to be in custody, gets no relief. Manish Sisodia, despite having tried for bail and that too in the Supreme Court, gets no relief. It's only made matters worse now, because if Arvind Kejriwal is arrested following his questioning on the 2nd, just think of what happens, because there is no second rung of leadership in the Aam Aadmi Party. Could there be a de facto chief minister? Now, earlier today, we were just listening into a reaction that has come in from Saurabh Bharadwaj, who's also a minister, an MLA in the cabinet, and he said, हम जेल से ही सरकार चलाएंगे और दिल्ली वालों को तमाम सुविधाएं मिलती रहेंगी, लेकिन जेल से सरकार चलती रहेगी. So the Aam Aadmi Party would want to use this, capitalize this. Now, does this entire case make the AAP stronger if they play a victim card, or does this make things difficult for them? Again, that is anybody's guess. This brings us now to that big amount. Remember, the 338 crore money trail. This is a huge amount that the Supreme Court has spoken of. It is not what any channel says. It is not what any political party says. But this, ladies and gentlemen, is what the Supreme Court says, and I continue to hold in my hands the Supreme Court verdict, where they again and again talk of the 338 crores. And if this amount, remember, is not being cleared by the Aam Aadmi Party, and if there is some quid pro quo established, the Supreme Court says that there is a tentative money trail that has been established. Now, in the same verdict, the Supreme Court, we must be very clear with the facts, it also does say that physically no money has been recovered. But then in a PMLA case, and there are multiple examples when I say this, that even if an intent is established, there is a chronology established, and there is this figure that the Supreme Court is talking about on the basis of what the agencies have said, a bail becomes very, very difficult. And lawyers say a conviction is very likely in a case like this. This brings us now to the next question that will go up on your screens as we continue to talk of the future of the Aam Aadmi Party and that one man that you see on your screens, Arvind Kejriwal. Kattar imandar, hum rajniti badalne aaye hain is what he said. And he has his eyes, not just on Delhi, on Punjab, but even elsewhere. You would recall he went to Gujarat, he took about 12% of the vote. And many said that is the vote that actually belonged to the Congress. It has been picking up a lot of that vote of the Congress, but now when they have the INDA alliance, does the arrest of Arvind Kejriwal, as and when that happens, or the very fact that Manish Sisodia, Sanjay Singh are embroiled in this case, does this affect the future of the alliance? Now here on Republic, remember we've spoken to a lot of these opposition parties who say yes, a vendetta. Now you have to understand why they say this. Because whether it is the Congress, whether it is the SP, whether it is the RJD, the JDU or any other party today, there are multiple charges of corruption against multiple netas. Not many of them have managed relief from the court. So is that one issue, corruption, that's going to unite the INDA alliance? Quite likely. Now this brings us to our next element that you will see on your screens now. Manish Sisodia is the man who the Aam Aadmi Party really fought very, very hard for. And let me tell you that when it comes to Manish Sisodia, we had seen the best of lawyers, the best of arguments that were made by the legal team representing Manish Sisodia. But what has happened so far? Manish Sisodia, he's in jail. No relief from the Supreme Court. Sanjay Singh also in jail. Now he also said, "Hamara koi lena dena nahi hai. Ye case stand hi nahi karega." But again, he gets no relief from the courts. Arvind Kejriwal, for the moment, is summoned. And this is exactly how the Liquorgate, ladies and gentlemen, has exploded in the entire case. The same scam that many say also has its connections to a South group, to the BRS, and later there are also reports that K. Kavita, remember, who till now has been summoned a few times, possibly could also be interrogated again. So this is a story that possibly will move from Delhi. We have already seen some bit of action also against an Aam Aadmi Party MLA in the state of Punjab, and they say again that is linked to the liquor scam. So the problems of the Aam Aadmi Party, remember, could only increase from here on. Let's bring up more details about how the scam has moved, where all we have seen charges that have been leveled at multiple netas, and why the agencies believe that Arvind Kejriwal is going to be arrested possibly very, very soon. Now, why this is a setback coming in from the Supreme Court, we'll put out more details of what the Supreme Court has said and noteworthy points that could be more legal trouble for Team Aam Aadmi Party. And this also brings us now to a full timeline that you see on your screens that will talk about the dates and when you have seen these setbacks going in for the Aam Aadmi Party. First is in the month of Feb, where Manish Sisodia is arrested by the CBI. Then October the 5th is where Sanjay Singh, a Rajya Sabha MP, is also arrested by the Enforcement Directorate. Then fast forward to what happened on October the 17th, and this is where the ASG said that the Aam Aadmi Party could also be made an accused in the case. Now, again, this is something that could be extremely important if that happens, if the proceeds of the crime, according to this case, have gone into the party and allegedly for election funding, and AAP is named as an accused. What could happen to the AAP? What happens to its election symbol? Will it be allowed to contest elections? No one knows, but the story has moved very, very fast, and in the next few months, our next timeline on your screen will again now move in to tell you that there has been no relief that has come in for Manish Sisodia. The date was October the 30th. This is just about yesterday, where for the very first time, the Supreme Court speaks about a tentative money trail. And then in the next 2 days, you will have huge action and you will have a lot of action outside the Enforcement Directorate office, where Arvind Kejriwal will have to appear. There are summons that have been issued to him. He needs to be available before the agency on November the 2nd. And the question that everyone asks, that what if Arvind Kejriwal is arrested? That's a question that has been asked of multiple Aam Aadmi Party netas. Listen into what we heard from Saurabh Bharadwaj earlier in the day.
ये कहा, भारतीय जनता पार्टी मानती है कि आपके लोगों को, आपके नेताओं को सबको जेल भेज देंगे तो सरकार कैसे चलेगी, पार्टी कैसे चलेगी। तो मेरा ये कहना है कि अगर सबको जेल भेज देंगे तो पार्टी और सरकार जेल से चलेगी। हम लोग तो वो लोग हैं जिन्होंने रामलीला मैदान के संघर्ष से अपनी शुरुआत की और पार्टी जब तक सत्ता में रही संघर्षरत रही, तो वो संघर्ष दोबारा करेंगे, सड़कों से करेंगे, जेल से करेंगे, मगर दिल्ली के लोगों को मुफ्त बिजली, मुफ्त पानी, शिक्षा, स्वास्थ्य जो है वो देते रहेंगे।
Now on your screens, we'll put out more details of these summons that have gone into Arvind Kejriwal, but the reaction you've just heard from Saurabh Bharadwaj is important. And he says कि जेल से ही सरकार चलाएंगे. So the Aam Aadmi Party possibly is bracing itself for what many say is likely now the arrest of Arvind Kejriwal. Now these are summons that have been issued to Arvind Kejriwal under Prevention of Money Laundering Act. This, remember, is the all-important PMLA Act. This is regarding financial frauds, financial scams in the country. The onus to prove their innocence actually lies on those who are accused. And in these cases, getting a bail does become difficult. Now, in what has happened vis-a-vis the Manish Sisodia case just about yesterday will tell you that why it is only natural that the Aam Aadmi Party chief Arvind Kejriwal is called for questioning, because the court does say that Manish Sisodia was aware of the changes that were made to the liquor policy. In fact, there are also reports that say that there were meetings specifically that took place at Arvind Kejriwal's residence. There are FaceTime calls that the agencies has spoken about. So he's going to be quizzed in connection with money laundering, whether that money that is alleged possibly did go out for funding of the elections, like it is alleged. Now, after his name is mentioned in the ED charge sheet also is where problems continued to increase for the Aam Aadmi Party chief. And the Supreme Court actually yesterday spoke about Vijay Nair, who was a middleman in the case and a co-confidant of Manish Sisodia. They do say he interacted with multiple people to frame the excise policy on conditions and terms put forth and to the satisfaction and desire of the liquor group. Then it says that Manish Sisodia was aware of all this. So does this mean that Manish Sisodia was just the man, the brain behind the entire excise policy, or was Arvind Kejriwal also in the know? These are questions that the agencies will be asking Arvind Kejriwal, also about the questioning over the funds that many said was used during not just the Goa, but even the Gujarat polls. Now, it's important to put the story into perspective. The Aam Aadmi Party says this is witch hunt, it's political vendetta. But the BJP says, we told you so. They also say that wait and watch, Arvind Kejriwal will be arrested next.
See, on 2nd November, Arvind Kejriwal has been summoned not for questioning, but because Bharatiya Janata Party wants to arrest him. You can see a very clear pattern that one after the other, without any evidence, senior leaders of Aam Aadmi Party are getting arrested and put in jail. And the ED has a magic weapon, the Prevention of Money Laundering Act, in which you can arrest anyone without having any definitive proof. And once you arrest them under PMLA, then you don't even get bail in that act.
सच्चाई ये है कि जब से सत्ता में आए हैं, एक के बाद दूसरा इनका नेता भ्रष्टाचार में लिप्त पाया गया। आज हालत ये है कि ये पता नहीं कि इनके मंत्री जेल में ज़्यादा हैं कि बाहर हैं। तो इसलिए मैं कहना चाहता हूँ, जिसका मुखिया ही ऐसा हो जो ईमानदारी के सर्टिफिकेट बांटता हो, तो पता है कि आशीर्वाद किसका था, किसके कहने पे भ्रष्टाचार हो रहा था और पूरा षड्यंत्र कहां से रचा जा रहा था।
So you've heard the entire interaction of Atifshi versus Anurag Thakur, and this is a big scoop on Liquorgate. Look at very closely these details right now on your screens. Now, why the agencies here are reading an Arvind Kejriwal link, the ED suspects Hawala transactions during the Goa elections. This has been an allegation that has been doing the rounds for some time around. Is there proof to this? We'll get to know that very soon. This brings us to our next important detail on the Liquorgate scam and why this has a Kejriwal link. Now, you would remember the name Vijay Nair. Now, Vijay Nair again is a name that has been taken time and again in the entire scam. He's one of the key accused in the case, and he is Arvind Kejriwal's very close aide. And is it possible that Vijay Nair was doing everything under his own volition or under someone's direction, is what the agencies would want to know. The third possible link and the question that he's going to be asked is on the inflow of funds during the polls. There was a lot of quid pro quo. People said that there are not transactions that will be made directly into your bank accounts, but possibly favors that could be given to people, money that could be spent by the cartel that was possibly being benefited by changes in the excise policy. Did that happen? And also the approver, Magunta Reddy, held a meeting at Arvind Kejriwal's residence. So there are enough and many hints that the agency does drop in its charge sheet, in the allegations against Arvind Kejriwal, on why they believe that this story will move away from Manish Sisodia. It possibly could also implicate Arvind Kejriwal. Will that happen or not? We do not know. But November the 2nd, remember, is going to be a huge day for the Aam Aadmi Party, for Arvind Kejriwal, and for the entire Liquorgate scam. And a lot of these details, remember, as always, will also go up on republicworld.com, where we'll continue to track that story and the future of the party that has its genesis in an anti-corruption movement. It is the end of the road for Arvind Kejriwal, or you will see the party galvanizing itself from here on. The answer we'll know on November the 2nd, and we'll track that story closely. Thank you for watching. On the other side, we are back with lots more.
This was one of the strikes that took place in the Sderot city when the Israeli Defense Forces were operating inside the Gaza Strip. Then the projectile was fired from the territory of Gaza, that is the Hamas terrorists. They fired and it landed in the area. The projectile that was fired by the terrorists of Hamas has hit this area.
के बहुत करीब है, करीब 500 मीटर की दूरी पर यहाँ गाजा है। ये एशकॉल सेटलमेंट का एरिया है, यहाँ पर टैंक्स तैनात किए गए हैं रात भर, यहाँ पे शेलिंग होती रही। ये वो इलाका है जो सबसे करीब था जब आतंकवादी 7 अक्टूबर को घुसे यहाँ पर। ये बेतरतीब तस्वीरें बताती हैं कि आखिर किस तरह से आतंकवादियों ने मासूम लोगों को निशाना बनाया। आर्मी की बीएमपी जाती भी दिखाई दे रही है। लगातार सैनिकों के आने जाने का सिलसिला यहाँ पर लगातार जारी है और तस्वीरें हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं। ये हमें इशारा कर रहे हैं कि हमें यहाँ नहीं रुकना है।
This was one of the strikes that took place in the Sderot city when the Israeli Defense Forces were operating inside the Gaza Strip. Then the projectile was fired from the territory of Gaza, that is the Hamas terrorists. They fired and it landed in the area. The projectile that was fired by the terrorists of Hamas has hit this area.
Good evening and thank you for tuning in. You're watching Superfast 50 at 7:30. I'm Suesha Savan. Beginning with the first story, a mega controversy has exploded after several opposition MPs said that they received a notification from Apple warning their phones have been on surveillance by state-sponsored attackers. The opposition MPs further alleged government's role behind hacking bid.
कम लोग हैं जो इसके खिलाफ लड़ रहे हैं, मगर हम डरने वाले नहीं हैं, हम लड़ने वाले लोग हैं, हम पीछे नहीं हटेंगे। जितनी टैपिंग करनी है कर लो, कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता, मुझे तो कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता। अगर आपको मेरा फोन चाहिए मैं दे देता हूं, आपको उठा के ले लो।
Refuting opposition charges of hacking, Union IT Minister has informed that the government has launched an investigation into Apple notifications issue and said that the government intends to go into the depth of this issue. While responding to opposition's allegations, Ashwini Vaishnav said that these are compulsive critics who are making such baseless charges.
Apple ने अभी कुछ ही समय पहले खुद ने अपना क्लैरिफिकेशन इश्यू कर दिया है कि ऐसा जिस तरह का कंपल्सिव क्रिटिक्स आरोप लगाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं वैसा कुछ भी नहीं है। 150 देशों में ये इस तरह की एडवाइजरी जारी की गई है। तो साथियों, जो लोग देश की प्रगति को पचा नहीं पा रहे, जो लोग देश को ऊपर बढ़ते हुए देख नहीं सकते, वो लोग डिस्ट्रैक्शन पॉलिटिक्स कर रहे हैं।
Meanwhile, Union Minister Piyush Goyal called all these allegations against the government baseless and assured that alleged hacking bid is being probed.
लगता तो है कि ये कुछ या तो एप्पल की तरफ से गलती हुई हो, अगर उनके यहाँ से आया, या किसी और ने। आजकल तो दुनिया भर के हैकर्स और दुनिया भर के गलत लोग इस चीज में प्रचार प्रसार करते हैं। इसकी पूरी जांच होगी। एप्पल को भी कहा गया है इसमें साथ में जुड़े। मुझे लगता है कि ऑपोजिशन के नेता आज के दिन इतने गलत फहमियों में जीते हैं, इतने गलत प्रचार प्रसार के झांसे में आते हैं कि उनको किसी ने शायद प्रैंक किया होगा और या उनका मजाक बनाने की कोशिश की होगी।
Hitting out at the opposition over alleged government's role in hacking bid, Union Minister Kiren Rijiju said that the centre believes in freedom of speech and expression.
The government of India is very clear that freedom of expression, privacy, and all civil liberties must be respected and also protected. That's why those people who are doing illegal acts, working against the interests of the country, they will be complaining about all this thing.
Wading into the Apple controversy debate, CPI has said that the attack has been launched by the government but not by Apple.
Government talks a lot about privacy, right to privacy. They say about bringing an act for that. All these are on the air. Apple does not say even in the statements because Apple may be compelled by many people. I don't know who they are to retreat from their statements. Whatever they say even now, they never say that such a breach is not taking place.
Former Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister at the same time has asked the government to probe these charges leveled by several opposition MPs.
एलिगेशन मेंबर पार्लियामेंटों की तरफ से नहीं आया, उनको वार्निंग आई है एप्पल के तरफ से। एप्पल ने उनको कहा है कि आपके फ़ोन्स को जो है गलत तरीके से स्टेट एक्टर्स के तहत इन्फिल्ट्रेट करने की कोशिश की जा रही है। इसमें तहकीकात होनी चाहिए क्योंकि ये पहले भी खबर आई है कि इज़राइल का जो सॉफ्टवेयर है पेगासस, वो इस मुल्क को बेचा गया है और इस मुल्क में पेगासस का इस्तेमाल हुआ है लोगों पे नज़र रखने के लिए। हम तो पहले ये चाहेंगे कि एप्पल के तरफ से वो तमाम डिटेल जो हैं वो शेयर होने चाहिए और उसके बाद इसमें पूरी तहकीकात होके जो सच है वो लोगों के सामने जो है वो रख दिया जाना चाहिए।
RJD in the meantime has questioned the government over hacking bid, saying it should clarify on all these charges.
सरकार न कहे ये अलर्ट गलत है। अखिलेश जी का भी नाम, महुआ जी का है, प्रियंका जी का है, सीताराम येचूरी का है, शशि थरूर का है, राहुल जी की टीम में लोगों का है। मतलब ये हो क्या रहा? डिजिटल दुनिया बना रहे हैं और पर इन्वेसिव पॉलिटिक्स के तहत अब देखना चाहते हैं कौन किससे बात कर रहा, क्या बात कर रहा। पूरा का पूरा नॉर्थ कोरिया बनने जा रहा है।
Calling out the government, Samajwadi Party chief alleged intimidation bid after opposition leaders alleged hacking bid.
ये जासूसी किसी काम नहीं आने वाली है। आप किसी की प्राइवेसी में हस्तक्षेप कर रहे हैं और ये सरकार घबराई हुई है। 100 करोड़ से ज्यादा लोग इनके खिलाफ हैं। 100 करोड़ से ज्यादा लोग खिलाफ हैं। क्या सबकी सर्विलेंस करोगे, सबकी जासूसी करोगे, सबको डराओगे, सबको धमकाओगे? लोकतंत्र में डराने और धमकाने से नहीं, जनता के लिए काम करने से वोट मिलता है।
BJP IT cell head has lambasted the opposition, saying Apple has already clarified this kind of advisory has been issued in 150 countries and there is no substance behind these allegations.
The opposition started outraging on this at 9 a.m. and by noon the issue was dead. Apple has issued a statement and they have very clearly said that this is a notification that they have sent out to users in 150 countries. It's something that is done in course of normal activity and they are not able to point out the specific reason for it. Now, having said that, naturally the allegations that the opposition has made that this is government sponsored and that there is an attempt to snoop completely falls flat.
Responding to opposition's hacking bid, BJP called it another baseless claim by the opposition parties ahead of the polls.
ऐसा है, ये क्या मैसेज है नहीं है ये उनका कहना है ना, इसको एप्पल क्लैरिफाई करेगा। उसको उनसे परेशानी है तो एफआईआर कर दें एफआईआर। कौन रोक रहा है उनको? क्या वैसे ही हो जाए? राहुल गांधी ने देश में हल्ला करके कि मेरा फोन पिगासस में हैक हुआ है, और जब सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कहा अपना फोन दीजिए इन्वेस्टिगेशन के लिए बिफोर द कमिटी, नहीं दिया उन्होंने।
Mega face-off has erupted over liquor gate as Union Minister Anurag Thakur hit out at the Aam Aadmi Party government, saying that the corrupt face of the Aam Aadmi Party has been exposed.
मैं तो सरकार बनने के 2 महीने के अंदर ही इनके स्वास्थ्य मंत्री को भ्रष्टाचार के चलते इस्तीफा देना पड़ा। आज हालत ये है कि ये पता नहीं कि इनके मंत्री जेल में ज्यादा हैं कि बाहर हैं। तो इसलिए मैं कहना चाहता हूँ, जिसका मुखिया ही ऐसा हो जो ईमानदारी के सर्टिफिकेट बांटता हो, तो पता है कि आशीर्वाद किसका था, किसके कहने पे भ्रष्टाचार हो रहा था और पूरा षड्यंत्र कहां से रचा जा रहा था।
Aam Aadmi Party continued to reiterate political vendetta behind ED summons issued against Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, claiming centre wants to put Delhi Chief Minister behind bars.
In November, Arvind Kejriwal has been summoned not for questioning, but because Bharatiya Janata Party wants to arrest him. You can see a very clear pattern that one after the other, without any evidence, senior leaders of Aam Aadmi Party are getting arrested and put in jail. And the ED has a magic weapon, the Prevention of Money Laundering Act, in which you can arrest anyone without having any definitive proof. And once you arrest them under PMLA, then you don't even get bail in that act.
Maratha protests, Maratha quota protests that intensified as it spread to Karnataka. The violent mob torched a bus in the neighbouring state, following which the Transport Department announced the suspension of bus services to the neighbouring state. In view of the violent incidents over Maratha reservation in Maharashtra's Beed, curfew has been imposed in the region, while officials on Tuesday said that the situation is under control. Following massive protests, Chief Minister Eknath Shinde assured Jarange Patil that a concrete decision has been taken in today's cabinet regarding giving Kunbi certificates to the Maratha community. He also said that it is necessary to resolve the issue of the Maratha reservation legally, and for this the government has filed a curative petition in the Supreme Court. Prime Minister Modi, while addressing the Rashtriya Ekta Divas event, hit out at the anti-India lobby, saying some cannot digest India's unity.
एक बहुत बड़ा पॉलिटिकल धड़ा ऐसा है जिसे सकारात्मक राजनीति का कोई तरीका नहीं दिख रहा। दुर्भाग्य से ये पॉलिटिकल धड़ा ऐसे हथकंडों को अपना रहा है जो समाज और देश के खिलाफ है।
Prime Minister Modi flagged off a heritage train from Ekta Nagar to Ahmedabad on National Unity Day. The first heritage train of Gujarat will facilitate the travel of passengers and tourists visiting the Statue of Unity from Ahmedabad. Kerala Police has registered an FIR against Union Minister of State Rajiv Chandrasekhar. He has been accused of allegedly making statements that promote enmity between different groups. TDP workers celebrated the Andhra Pradesh High Court decision granting interim bail to the party chief Chandrababu Naidu in connection with the skill development case. Amid celebrations, former Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister and TDP chief N Chandrababu Naidu walked out of Rajamundry jail after his release. TDP workers in Dr. B.R. Ambedkar Konaseema district distributed sweets and burst firecrackers. Ahead of filing nominations for the upcoming Rajasthan Assembly elections, Congress leader Sachin Pilot said that the party high command will decide on a chief ministerial candidate. Congress has fielded Sachin Pilot from top. Israel's military has said that it engaged in fierce battles with Palestinian terrorists in the Gaza Strip as it expands its ground operations in the territory. Smoke was seen rising over Gaza as Israeli airstrikes continued. It comes as Israel expanded its military incursion deeper into the northern part of the Gaza Strip. Israeli army demolished the family home of Saleh al-Aruri, a senior Hamas official exiled over a decade ago. An official of the local council in the village of Aurora said that the home had been vacant for 15 years. Explosions and plumes of smoke that were seen over the skyline of the northern Gaza Strip as Israeli forces pushed deeper into the besieged Palestinian territory amid the war with Hamas. Israeli army spokesperson Rear Admiral Daniel Hagari, who said that forces killed terrorists and hit hundreds of targets in coordinated land and air attacks in Gaza overnight. A large plume of smoke was seen rising near the Nasser Hospital and Khan Yunis in southern Gaza Strip. It wasn't immediately clear what caused that smoke, but Israeli warplanes continued to strike from end to end of the sealed-off territory. Israeli military released pictures of troops operating in the Gaza Strip as it said that forces continue to pursue Hamas terrorists. It comes as Israeli ground forces push deeper into Gaza, advancing in tanks and other armored vehicles on the territory's main city and freeing a soldier held captive by Hamas terrorists. Israeli tanks were seen at assembly areas as Israeli forces attacked Hamas terrorists and infrastructure in northern Gaza, and warplanes struck across the sealed-off territory. A warehouse belonging to Palestinian Red Crescent was hit by strikes in Gaza, causing substantial damage to the building. The rescue service also informed the same, where footage was released by the organization showing the damage that was caused by the strike, with debris seen scattered on the ground inside and outside of the building. A watchdog group advocating for press freedom said that strikes that hit a group of journalists in southern Lebanon earlier this month, killing one, were targeted rather than accidental, and that journalists were clearly identified as press. Hundreds of Filipino protesters held a rally in solidarity and calling for freedom for Palestinians near the Israeli embassy in Manila. Anti-riot police with other security forces clashed with some of the demonstrators who chanted "Free, Free Palestine." Hundreds of protesters gathered outside the French embassy in Beirut to protest the French policy regarding the war in Gaza. Protesters carried Palestinian flags as well as those of various political parties during these protests. Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese said that his government was still concerned about its citizens stuck in Gaza and called on authorities to open exit points so that foreign citizens could leave the territory. Thousands of people have been seen seeking shelter at a hospital in Gaza as Israeli airstrikes continue. A rescue service said so. Now, according to the Palestinian Red Crescent Society, Al-Quds Hospital has been providing shelter to around 14,000 people displaced since the Israeli-Hamas war began on the 7th of October. Russian President Vladimir Putin accused the West of inspiring unrest in Russia's southern region of Dagestan, where a mob stormed the airport shortly after a plane from Tel Aviv had landed there. Paris police opened fire on a woman who allegedly made threatening remarks on a train, the latest security incident in the country that has been on heightened anti-terror alert since a fatal stabbing at a school blamed on an Islamic extremist. King Charles III is in Kenya for a 4-day trip, his first state visit to a Commonwealth country as monarch, underscoring his commitment to an organization that has been central to Britain's global power and prestige since World War II. China's Shenzhou 16 space crew returned to Earth morning after a 5-month stay in the Tiangong space station. Pictures showing the return capsule of the Shenzhou 16 spacecraft in northwestern China's Gobi Desert just past 8 a.m. Several people rushed to a hospital in Kingston suffering from panic attacks after a 5.4 magnitude earthquake hit Jamaica, prompting people to flee buildings amid heavy shaking. Climate activists staged another protest in Berlin, painting on the outer wall of the German Chancellery. Members of the Last Generation group wearing orange vests painted repeatedly the sentence "Olaf is lying," the first-name German Chancellor Olaf Scholz, on the white facade of the Chancellery in Berlin. A wildfire suspected to have killed a man destroyed more than 50 homes and razed 20,000 hectares of farm and scrubland in eastern Australia. A man believed to have a gun was holed up in a post office in a Tokyo suburb and holding 2 hostages in an episode that was unsettling in Japan, where gun violence is extremely rare. Haiti's government has banned all chartered flights to Nicaragua that migrants fleeing poverty and violence had been increasingly using in their quest to reach the United States. River Seviso has overflowed in northern Italy, flooding various neighborhoods in Milan. A heavy rainstorm swelled the river during the night, causing an overflow at 5:50 a.m. Officials in Mexico said that 3 foreign residents were among at least 45 people killed when Hurricane Otis hit the resort city of Acapulco last week. Ahead of India's 7th match of the ODI World Cup against Sri Lanka at Wankhede Stadium in Mumbai, ace javelin thrower Neeraj Chopra hailed men in blue and said people in the country want Rohit Sharma's side to win the prestigious tournament. Lionel Messi and Aitana Bonmati were crowned the men's and women's 2023 Ballon d'Or winners at a ceremony in Paris. Both players played pivotal roles in their respective countries lifting the World Cup. Aitana Bonmati were crowned the women's 2023 Ballon d'Or winners at a ceremony at Paris. Both players played pivotal roles in their respective countries lifting the World Cup. Saudi Arabia was left as a shoo-in to host the 2034 World Cup after Australia confirmed it would not make a bid for soccer's global showpiece on Tuesday's deadline day. FIFA had invited bids from Asia and Oceania for the tournament by October 31st. Number 3 Coco Gauff kicked off her WTA Finals Cancun campaign with a bang after defeating number 6 seed Ons Jabeur 6-0, 6-1. Gauff is the first teenager to win 50 or more matches in a single season since Caroline Wozniacki in 2009.
In the India Today Best Universities 2023 survey, released recently, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
As we report from inside Kafar Raza, we are showing you the horror of the Hamas terrorists, how they have unleashed terror here on the civilians. 63 people were killed by the Hamas terrorists, while more than 17 they have been abducted. That nothing here is left lively. They wanted to destroy everything, and that is what exactly the terrorists of Hamas have done. Was one of the strikes that took place in the Sderot city when the Israeli Defense Forces were operating inside the Gaza Strip. Then the projectile was fired from the territory of Gaza, that is the Hamas terrorists. They fired and it landed in the area. The projectile that was fired by the terrorists of Hamas has hit this area. As we report from inside Kafar Raza, we are showing you the horror of the Hamas terrorists, how they have unleashed terror here on the civilians. 63 people were killed by the Hamas terrorists, while more than 17 they have been abducted. That nothing here is left lively. They wanted to destroy everything, and that is what exactly the terrorists of Hamas have done. As we report from inside Kafar Raza, we are showing you the horror of the Hamas terrorists, how they have unleashed terror here on the civilians. 63 people were killed by the Hamas terrorists, while more than 17 they have been abducted. That nothing here is left lively. They wanted to destroy everything, and that is what exactly the terrorists of Hamas have done. This was one of the strikes that took place in the Sderot city when the Israeli Defense Forces were operating inside the Gaza Strip. Then the projectile was fired from the territory of Gaza, that is the Hamas terrorists. They fired and it landed in the area. The projectile that was fired by the terrorists of Hamas has hit this area.
The electoral fever in Rajasthan has only surged, and the nomination filing process has now commenced in the state. For the upcoming elections, 8 candidates submitted their nomination papers as of now. Senior Congress leader Sachin Pilot was among those heading to file his nomination. The Congress leader will be contesting from the Tonk constituency.
मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि पब्लिक का सपोर्ट जो आज मुझे दिख रहा है ये वोट में तब्दील होगा और 5 साल में जो हम लोगों ने काम किया है, विकास किया है, सबको साथ लेकर चले हैं और जनता का जो प्यार और उत्साह और विश्वास और जो आशीर्वाद है ये सबसे बड़ी पूंजी होती है राजनीति में। पद पोस्ट तो आते जाते रहते हैं, लेकिन लोगों का जो विश्वास है ये दो तरफा होता है। ये कायम करने से बनता है, त्याग तपस्या से बनता है, एक दूसरे के साथ दुख सुख में खड़े रहें तब बनता है।
After the official notification was released, a total of 8 candidates filed 9 nomination papers for 8 assembly constituencies. Sachin Pilot is fighting from Tonk, the same seat he contested from.
As we report from inside Kafar Raza, we are showing you the horror of the Hamas terrorists, how they have unleashed terror here on the civilians. 63 people were killed by the Hamas terrorists, while more than 17 they have been abducted. That nothing here is left lively. They wanted to destroy everything, and that is what exactly the terrorists of Hamas have done. This was one of the strikes that took place in the Sderot city when the Israeli Defense Forces were operating inside the Gaza Strip. Then the projectile was fired from the territory of Gaza, that is the Hamas terrorists they fired, and it landed in the area. The projectile that was fired by the terrorists of Hamas has hit this area.
गाजा के बहुत करीब है, करीब 500 मीटर की दूरी पर यहाँ गाजा है। ये एशकॉल सेटलमेंट का एरिया है। यहाँ पर टैंक्स तैनात किए गए हैं रात भर। यहाँ पे शेलिंग होती रही। ये वो इलाका है जो सबसे करीब था जब आतंकवादी 7 अक्टूबर को घुसे यहाँ पर। ये बेतरतीब तस्वीरें बताती हैं कि आखिर किस तरह से आतंकवादियों ने मासूम लोगों को निशाना बनाया। आर्मी की बीएमपी जाती हुई दिखाई दे रही है। लगातार सैनिकों के आने जाने का सिलसिला यहाँ पर लगातार जारी है और तस्वीरें हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं। ये हमें इशारा कर रहे हैं कि हमें यहाँ नहीं रुकना है।
Question presented by Greenply, powered by Edelweiss Mutual Fund.
जितनी टैपिंग करनी है कर लो, कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता, मुझे तो कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता। अगर आपको मेरा फोन चाहिए मैं दे देता हूं, आपको उठा के ले लो।
Opposition tries to peddle Pegasus-like narrative, alleges state-sponsored hacking over Apple alerts.
जिनको आदत लग गई है, कोई भी मुद्दा हो जब नींद खुले तब उठ के क्रिटिसाइज करो। ये लोग देश की उन्नति को, देश की प्रगति को देख नहीं सकते, पचा नहीं सकते।
Government hits back strongly at compulsive critics over charges, begins investigation into Apple notifications.
सच्चाई ये है कि जब से सत्ता में आए हैं, एक के बाद दूसरा इनका नेता भ्रष्टाचार में लिप्त पाया गया।
War of words between Aam Aadmi Party and Bharatiya Janata Party as the ED summons Arvind Kejriwal in connection with Liquorgate investigation. Republic accesses exclusive details on the reasons behind enforcement directed summons to Arvind Kejriwal. Massive showdown over Maratha quota demand. Chief Minister Eknath Shinde chairs key cabinet meet. Prime Minister Modi results for developed India of Amrit Kal in a spectacular Meri Mati Mera Desh celebrations. Russian president takes on West and Ukraine as he blames them for the mob rampage at Russian airport. Ladies and gentlemen, on the day when Supreme Court denied bail to prime accused Manish Sisodia and established a 338 crore money trail in the Liquorgate scam, the Aam Aadmi Party suffered yet another jolt. The Enforcement Directorate issued summons to Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal to appear before them on 2nd of November. Now, the development comes after the Enforcement Directorate in its preliminary complaint, or rather the prosecution complaint in January last year, had said that Arvind Kejriwal allegedly spoke on a FaceTime call with one of the main accused, Samir Mahendra, and asked him to continue working with co-accused Vijay Nair, Aam Aadmi Party's communication in charge. Now, the India Alliance alleges it is a vendetta. However, the BJP says that the corrupt face of Aam Aadmi Party has now been exposed. And in between all of this, we essentially tried to put our facts together. Now, remember, why exactly is the Delhi Chief Minister been called in for questioning, and how has the Aam Aadmi Party essentially responded so far, and whether at all there are any merits to those allegations. Joining us on the burning question tonight, representing the Bharatiya Janata Party, is Ms. Bansuri Swaraj, and we also have the Aam Aadmi Party joining us, and political analyst would also be joining us. Let's have the Aam Aadmi Party. Abhinanda is joining us on the broadcast. Let's have both the Bharatiya Janata Party and Aam Aadmi Party on the debate first, and then perhaps I'll also bring in Kapil Madan. The first question that I want to ask you, Bansuri Swaraj, thank you very much for joining us on the burning question. Let's look at it step by step to understand why these allegations that have been leveled against Arvind Kejriwal are just mere allegations. They haven't been proven as yet. Your party says that your position has been vindicated. Aren't you really jumping the gun? And the reason why I'm asking you this question, Bansuri Swaraj, is that you're also a lawyer. You understand how things operate. Even the Supreme Court essentially has raised concerns about the very fact that the Enforcement Directorate is now asking Arvind Kejriwal to come in. That is with regards to the dubious funding in the Goa elections. Remember, that is one aspect that is yet to be proven. In fact, the Supreme Court, I quote, says that it's a matter of debate. So what exactly makes your party so very confident that your position has been vindicated?
Thank you, Mr. Sen. The reason why the BJP says that we stand vindicated is because today, about 6 times the courts of this land have held that there are prima facie evidence to keep Mr. Manish Sisodia in jail and to prosecute him. Further, there is also prima facie evidence to inquire and to investigate into the role of Mr. Sanjay Singh. So therefore, the courts have repeatedly said that there is evidence which the investigating agencies have produced to actually prosecute the Aam Aadmi Party leaders for this huge scam. Now, please see what exactly happened during the hearing of the bail application of Mr. Manish Sisodia at the level of the Honorable Supreme Court of India. The court itself asked that when that particular money was misused for the Aam Aadmi Party itself, then why was the party not made an accused? And the ED is obviously investigating into it. Now, it is unfathomable that the Deputy CM, Mr. Manish Sisodia, was actually manipulating the liquor policy, ensuring that a set of his chosen liquor barons were getting unjustly enriched and corruption monies and kickbacks to the tune of 90 to 100 crore rupees were being routed to the leaders of the Aam Aadmi Party without the sanction, without the consent of their leader, Mr. Arvind Kejriwal, who's also the Chief Minister of Delhi. Therefore, it only stands to logic and prudence that the investigating agencies are going to come knocking at the door of Mr. Arvind Kejriwal, which they have now. The BJP has been saying that it is always happening, all the scams are happening at the consent and the directions of Mr. Arvind Kejriwal, because he is the convener and the head of the Aam Aadmi Party as well as the head of this government. And that is well. Now that the investigating agencies are asking him to join for questioning, obviously we stand vindicated.
Ms. Swaraj, there is one aspect that I'll come back to you. Perhaps you also need to do some answering with regards to the point that you're talking about, the alleged kickbacks that were received. Now, the fact of the matter is this, Ms. Swaraj, you have chief ministers also of the Bharatiya Janata Party who would be meeting several people. But as far as Arvind Kejriwal is concerned, what I find extremely bizarre at this point in time is that you're simply going by the statements of a approver, or for that matter, a co-accused. Sameer Mahindra at the end of the day is an accused in this particular case. When Sameer Mahindra makes a statement before the enforcement directorate and says that, look here, I got a call from the chief minister arranged by another accused, Vijay Nair, how are you really taking that on face value? That is an aspect I'll come back to you in a short while from now. Hold on to that thought perhaps. Let me also bring in Ms. Mathur of the Aam Aadmi Party. Ms. Mathur, you've already heard what the Bharatiya Janata Party has to say. As I understand from the facts of the case, the reason why Mr. Arvind Kejriwal has now been called in for questioning. Reason number one is with regards to your alleged dubious funding that was received during the Goa election, something that the Supreme Court has also spoken about. The second aspect is an alleged call that was once again made by an accused in this particular case, and that was being referred by Mr. Vijay Nair. The question here is this. They say Arvind Kejriwal is the national convener of your party. He was perhaps aware of the fact that there was an inflow of funds that were coming in. The fact of the matter is this. Why exactly were payments made partly in cash, partly in check, if there was nothing wrong? That's one aspect that perhaps you would have to clarify on. And then Ms. Mathur Swaraj, you could respond to that.
Thank you. And good evening to all your viewers as well. First thing first, we respect the Honorable Court. But with having said that, we also disagree with the courts at this point of time. I think that it is for anyone with even very little legal knowledge, and I may not be as as knowledgeable as Ms. Swaraj here, but even somebody with basic primary legal knowledge, one would understand that the proceedings of the courts was such that the judges were actually unable to find anything. In fact, they kept attacking or challenging the ED that what ultimately is it that you're trying to prove, because there isn't any trail. And, and we must make this correction that the trail has not been established till now. That has not been really clearly stated by the judiciary as well. So that is one point. The other is that what you asked, that of course there are allegations, and there are all kinds of allegations. But while there is a legal aspect to this, there is also a political aspect to this. And the political aspect to this is, and we firmly believe in that the BJP has been trying its level best to change the perception of the people of Delhi, to change the perception of the voters of Delhi, and try all kinds of tricks in the books to basically defeat Mr. Arvind Kejriwal when it comes to elections, or when it comes to even actually working, on delivering policies. And that is where we stand out. The kind of work that we have delivered, and history will be witness to it, has actually impacted and changed lives. And we are very blessed to have that opportunity. As far as the allegations are concerned, we are not surprised at all. BJP is very vindictive. Very unfortunately, the BJP under Mr. Narendra Modi is particularly very vindictive and petty. This would not have happened in the times of, Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji. This would not have happened in the times of even Mrs. Sushma Swaraj ji. And we respect those leaders, because there are leaders who work for the nation. There are leaders who work for nation building. There are leaders who work for the lowest common denominator. And there are people who worked out of vindictiveness, and very, very unfortunately, the BJP, unfortunately, represents that. The other thing to, take cognizance of in this matter is that whether it is about Manish Sisodia ji or whether it is about any other leader of ours, the truth is that there is actually no proof even until now. And the only accusation that you are able to substantiate is by the approvers who were once accused in the same case and not very long ago. So as Justice Khanna had himself pointed out that, this would actually not stand for 2 minutes, and he's given good guidance to the prosecution to say that, okay, why don't you then involve this or make this entity a party and so on. Unfortunately, there is nothing yet to hold on to. Regardless of what happens, because we all know that, for lack of another word, the legal mamlas are very pechida. Regardless of that, I think in terms of, winning the hearts of the voters of Delhi, winning the hearts of the people of this country, of people who care about this country, I think that Arvind Kejriwal stands tall today, and he will stand tall in the future as well, because his sacrifices and the sacrifices of other leaders of our party cannot be minimized. We had no business to be here. We are here leaving our fat jobs behind. We are here to actually serve the country, and that is for all the janta on the ground to see. You go to anybody, bring like 5 vox pops at the moment, or 5 opinions from the people of Delhi or people of this country, and they will tell you how they perceive it. And unfortunately, while BJP may have all the might, I don't think that they will be able to let this happen.
Okay. I have just one small request to both my guests here from the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party. I do understand that political leaders do have the penchant to put across their political narrative. But for the benefit of our viewers, and this is a complex matter, Ms. Mathur and Ms. Swaraj, so I hope you'll bear me out on this, that I would rather like to focus right now on facts. Both of you can debate on the facts that I'm presenting before you, and you could argue on that rather than simply looking at the narrative that is being built. You can certainly argue that whether at all BJP is becoming the washing machine or not, those are aspects we can touch upon, but this is a complex matter, so let's look at some more facts so that people, viewers, can understand what are the charges that we are really talking about. Ms. Swaraj, I want to bring you in. I'm quoting once again from the Supreme Court order, and this is what the Supreme Court had to say. The assertion in the complaint that was filed with the DOE that the kickback of 100 crore rupees was actually paid by the liquor group is somewhat a matter of debate. Now, this is exactly what Ms. Mathur is also saying, Ms. Swaraj, that none of the allegations, even the Hawala transaction that has been spoken about, remember, it's only a partial Hawala transaction that is being spoken about, based on which you're calling in the national convener. It is almost like an allegation that has been leveled against your party members. For instance, I'm given to understand one of your senior union ministers also faces similar allegations in the state of Maharashtra. Would you really be calling in your state, your national party president? Now, that's the same logic you could actually apply.
No, you cannot. You cannot. And that's a wrong interpretation of the Supreme Court order. Permit me to quote. Mr. Sen, you're talking about facts. I'm only placing facts. So fact number one, just in response to what Ms. Mathur said, if the Honorable Supreme Court of India rejected all allegations by the ED, then why did the Honorable Supreme Court of India reject the bail application of Mr. Manish Sisodia? Mr. Sisodia has been in jail for over 9 months. Normally, that would be taken as a very serious circumstance. But the court says this, and I read a finding. This is at page number 33, paragraph number 24. This is one of the many reasons, and I'll permit me to place it, just 4 lines. The existing liquor policy has changed to facilitate and get kickbacks and bribes from the wholesale distributors by enhancing their commission fee from 5% under the old policy to 12% under the new policy. Accordingly, a conspiracy was hatched to carefully draft the new policy, deviating from expert opinions used to create an ecosystem to ensure unjust enrichment of the wholesale distributors at the expense of the government exchequer or the consumer. The illegal income proceeds of crime, as per the DOE, would partly be recycled and returned in the forms of bribes. And para 25. In view of the above aforesaid discussion, and the reason stated, we are not inclined to accept the prayer for grant of bail at this stage, which means the paragraph that I just read was one of the reasons why the bail was not granted. And what does it say? It says that the commission was increased from 5% to 12%. The liquor policy was manipulated in such a way that your chosen barons of Mr. Manish Sisodia and favorites of Aam Aadmi Party were, again I quote, unjust enrichment. That means corruption money was passed on to them, and the remaining money was actually routed at kickbacks and bribes. This is what the Supreme Court of India says at para 21, page number 33. So please, let's not misinterpret the Supreme Court order. I saw the press statement by Atishi ji as well today, and I know that the Aam Aadmi Party has a penchant for playing the victim card, and also they are great storytellers. Please do not change the narrative. You know that after this, if the entire corruption money is being done, if the scam is being done by the deputy CM, if the money has been used for the Aam Aadmi Party, it is unfathomable that it was done without the behest of the Supremo of the Aam Aadmi Party and the CM of Delhi, who is respectable Mr. Arvind Kejriwal. And therefore, it is only stands to logic and prudence that the investigating agencies will summon him for questioning.
Right.
Well,
Okay.
based on...
Let me also give
based
the
on-
opportunity to Ms. Mathur to respond. Okay. Ms. Mathur, I'll just add just one more point. You can rebut what Ms. Swaraj had to say, but I have a few more things to add to this list of facts that I was talking about. Now, as per certain documents of the Enforcement Directorate, which is available in public domain, I'm not saying these are by sources, even though I cover the central agencies, but what I'm saying here is this with regards to the profit margin. They say that the old policy had a 5% profit margin. 12% is what you bump it up to without consultation. Now, as per your assertion, you say that this was done in consultation with the cabinet ministers as well as the GOM. But C. Arvind has something completely contrary to say that. So the fact of the matter is this, that the profit that was accrued of roughly about 388 crore rupees, which the Supreme Court is basically referring to, the Bharatiya Janata Party is saying that it could not have been possible without the national convener, that is your party head, Arvind Kejriwal, without his knowledge. How would you respond to that?
All right, first thing first, I must also quote the Honorable Court and the judge who said that per se, the purview of formulating a policy is with the government, and that is not an unusual practice. As we have seen in several other policies, whether they're designed and implemented by a BJP government or a Congress government or an Aam Aadmi Party government and so on and so forth, in that sense that it is within the purview of the elected government, there is nothing unusual about it. Every government wants to do its best. And whenever they have to even take care of the interests of the market, that is a very fair point to take along. I don't see that as a problem. There are a couple of other observations that the Honorable Court made, and I will just quote a couple of them. One is that there is absolutely no evidence that the policy has benefited Mr. Sisodia or any other person who's currently been accused in any way. That is one. The other is that despite the fact that the ED has taken Mr. Sisodia in custody for 8 long months, they actually don't have any proof against him, in a concrete proof. And I must mention that the court also says that there is a tentative trail. This tentative word here is very, very critical, because the court is not establishing anything at the moment, but only saying that this is a tentative allegation or tentative scenario, and they are perhaps taking some measures. We respect the court, we don't agree with them, but there is no question at all of anything having been proved at this point. The other thing, and I'm very sorry to bring in the political narrative along with this, because it is essential to your viewers and it is essential to the people of this country, that, God forbid, if there was any sort of reason for the judiciary to actually analyze the excise policies of all the other states, the BJP is not going to look good. Look at Karnataka, the former policy that they've made. Look at Goa. Look at, what is happening with the huge tragedies in Gujarat. So there is no reason for the people of India to believe that the BJP is actually very serious about, liquor problems per se. That is not the case. Then they tried to establish many other cases, many other allegations, which did not come true. And that is the reason why the BJP is managing to hold on to this. And, because they have the power and might, they might think that they will defeat us, but we are made of something else. And I must tell
Ms.
the BJP
Mathur.
person as well that, you picked the wrong party to, to suppress. We are not going to go down easily.
Okay. Ms. Swaraj, I'll come back to you, but just allow me, because Kapil Madan has also been waiting patiently. I'm very sorry, Mr. Madan, for coming to you so late, but I find the situation right now, as far as the position that Congress party is in, extremely, hilarious, because I'll say that I've used the word hilarious for a particular reason. When Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi had appeared before the Enforcement Directorate, Arvind Kejriwal and his party came out in full support. They all said that, look here, the opposition parties are being targeted. But I don't understand why exactly the Congress party, which says that they are the architect of the India alliance, would not really come out in full support of Arvind Kejriwal at this point in time. And to give benefit of doubt to Mr. Arvind Kejriwal, at the end of the day, all these allegations that we are essentially talking about, these are conjectures. They are yet to be proven before the court. Ms. Swaraj has spoken largely about the role of his deputy, Manish Sisodia. Not much has been spoken about, at least Arvind Kejriwal is concerned. So perhaps this was the best opportunity for the Congress party to come out in full support of Mr. Arvind Kejriwal.
Now, let me first respond, and I understand, Mrs. Swaraj is a lawyer, and, I would be making some technical arguments, and I'm sure, she's equipped to, respond to them. Now, look at the situation where we are. CBI has already filed the charge sheet. PMLA Enforcement Directorate has already filed the charge sheet, meaning what? Meaning that their investigation is concluded, and that's the reason why, they are trying to prosecute the person who are named in the charge sheet. Now, here is a, flip. There comes a twist in the tail. Now you realize that you have not made the political party as an accused. This question was posed by the Supreme Court. They don't have an answer. And even till now, they don't have an answer whether they intend to make Aam Aadmi Party as an accused or they don't intend to make Aam Aadmi Party as an accused. That's point number one. Point number two is that once your conclusion has happened, once you have filed your charge sheet, how can you at this stage say, and send someone to another political leader who happens to be the CM of Delhi? Now, it shows what? It shows either the charge sheet that you have filed before was incomplete, or you have not done the investigation properly, or the second argument would be that, it is the witch hunt that you want to try to do. It is the political mileage that you want to, try to obtain. It's the narrative that you want to spin in the country, that so and so is corrupt. Now, Ms. Swaraj has said that the Honorable Supreme Court, she has reiterated some paragraphs, but I must also tell her that if she reads the opening paragraph, that is paragraph number 24, all these allegations are the bullet point. And, if you read the opening paragraph, it says, this is what an allegation made by CBI. It is not an observation by the court that they have, scrutinized every allegation and they have concluded that these allegations are prima facie true. This is not the observation.
I think so. I'll just,
what they have said.
Kapil, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I've not been able to give you enough time.
I will read.
Okay, Kapil, Ms. Swaraj, just give me a minute. Just give me a minute. Ms. Swaraj, I do understand, Ms. Swaraj, you've been referred to by both Ms. Mathur as well as Kapil Madan. Kapil Madan, I'm sorry.
Allow me to just
okay, just quickly make a point because I'm running out of time, and since you've made a reference to her, I'll have to give her the chance to respond.
Only 3 lines. Only 3 lines.
Okay, go ahead.
For the sake of clarity, without making any addition, subtraction, or a detailed analysis, we would like to recapitulate what is stated in the charge sheet filed by the CBI. What the court is saying, they are not doing a detailed analysis.
Okay.
What they've said
Not fair.
is that
Not
these
fair.
are the allegations.
Okay.
These are the
Okay.
allegations
Ms. Swaraj,
made by
30
CBI,
seconds.
and therefore they are not
Okay,
inclined.
Kapil, you've made your point.
Denial
Kapil,
of
you've made
bail
your
is
point.
not
You are largely
equivalent
saying
to
that
someone
these are the
convicted.
allegations that have been leveled by the Central Bureau of Investigation. Ms. Swaraj, I'm running out of time.
No, no,
quick,
very quickly,
quick
Mr.
response
Sen.
from your side
That
because
was
he's
an
referred to
unfair
it.
comment by
30
Kapilji.
seconds. So please respond.
Yeah, that was an unfair comment by Kapilji. I read
Please
not
respond.
just okay, I read not just paragraph number 21, I also read paragraph number 25, which recapitulates everything. And what does it say? In view of the aforesaid discussion and for the reasons...
Madam, you have conveniently skipped 24. You have conveniently skipped because you have skillfully and delightfully skipped
Kapil, just allow her to respond.
The minute you
Kapil, allow her to respond. Ms. Swaraj, please make your point because I'm really running short of time.
This is not an analysis.
Okay.
They have not done a
Ladies and
fair
gentlemen, I'm
analysis
really
of
running
the
short of time.
These are only the
Okay,
allegations.
Kapil and Ms. Swaraj. Kapil and Ms. Swaraj, I'm really sorry. Okay.
1 second, Mr. Sen, I need to finish.
Okay.
This was an unfair
Ms.
comment.
Swaraj, please make your statement because I'll have to.
Para 24 recapitulates all the allegations, and then Para 25 says that relying on all the bullets points discussed in Para 24, we are rejecting bail. What does that mean? Para 24 becomes the paragraph for reasoning.
Okay.
It becomes part of the judicial...
Okay, Ms. Swaraj, Kapil Madan and Ms. Mathur.
Regarding the supplementary charge sheet, it's a very done thing that during an investigation...
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry I have to really cut you short. Ms. Swaraj and Ms. Mathur, I'm really sorry I have to cut you short, but I assure you that we'll be back on this debate. This is a matter, as I said, is complicated. It's a little complex, and perhaps we'll have to look into it, look it threadbare, and I assure you that we'll be back with this debate on the very day when Arvind Kejriwal appears before the Enforcement Directorate. Not very sure whether that's going to happen. No word has really come in from his team as yet, but a story that we'll be tracking very closely. Thank you very much, Ms. Swaraj, Ms. Mathur, as well as Kapil Madan for joining us on the burning question and putting it into perspective. On the other side, the trending burning question with my colleague Niranjan.
In the India Today Best Universities 2023 survey, released recently, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
This was one of the strikes that took place in the Sderot city when the Israeli Defense Forces were operating inside the Gaza Strip. Then the projectile was fired from the territory of Gaza, that is the Hamas terrorists. They fired and it landed in the area. The projectile that was fired by the terrorists of Hamas has hit this area. As we report from inside Kafar Raza, we are showing you the horror of the Hamas terrorists, how they have unleashed terror here on the civilians. 63 people were killed by the Hamas terrorists, while more than 17 they have been abducted. That nothing here is left lively. They wanted to destroy everything, and that is what exactly the terrorists of Hamas have done. This was one of the strikes that took place in the Sderot city when the Israeli Defense Forces were operating inside the Gaza Strip. Then the projectile was fired from the territory of Gaza, that is the Hamas terrorists. They fired and it landed in the area. The projectile that was fired by the terrorists of Hamas has hit this area.
Trending burning question, powered by Reva University, Century Ply Laminates, co-powered by Hyundai Motors.
There's been a Pegasus-like rerun with the opposition claiming now what they call an Apple snooping controversy, and they believe that state-sponsored attackers, or they're trying to blame the government for what is happening. Let me go across straight to our four panelists without wasting much time, because we have very limited time and we have four good panelists with us. Introducing Basuri Swaraj, Secretary Delhi BJP, joining us live from the national capital. Vineet Goenka, political analyst. Suman C. Raman, political analyst. And Vivek Silas, political analyst, joining us live from Lucknow. Let me start with Basuri. Basuri, if the government had nothing to hide, of course they've ordered an investigation, which is welcome. But the minister also says that similar alert mails have been received in 150 countries. It could also possibly, I mean, just for the sake of argument, it could also be that in these 150 countries, perhaps those numbers or those particular people could be under surveillance. Is that a possibility?
Absolutely not. I have with me the policy of Apple, right? It's very easily available on the internet, and I'll just read. They says detecting such attacks relies on threat intelligence signals that are often imperfect and incomplete. It's possible that some Apple threat notifications may be false alarms. I'll tell you what, the opposition is raking this up as an issue. It's going to be Pegasus 2.0. Just like last time, if you remember, the Supreme Court has actually set up a committee to investigate. And what did the committee find? First of all, majority of the opposition leaders refused to hand over their phone for investigation to the SC committee. And then later on, the committee found that there was absolutely no Pegasus software on their devices. Whatever cyber attacks, perhaps it can be attributed to their internet browser history. The fact is, today the opposition does not have any real issues. These are diversionary tactics. And that is why they are sort of crying wolf once again, attributing it to state sponsors attacker. But please note, what I gathered from the news, including your channel, is Apple issued a statement, and Apple has said that they do not have any way of actually attributing who are these specific state-sponsored attackers. These alleged space-sponsored attackers, they only say this because they say that the nature of the attacker is the nature of the offense is very sophisticated. It is not based on the identity of the attacker, or it is neither based on the source of the attack. Having said that, obviously the government takes its role regarding security, and regarding security protocols and privacy very, very seriously. And that is why our Honorable Minister, Ashwini Vaishnav ji, has issued a clarification and said that they are going to investigate and go to the bottom of this. They have even asked, the government has even asked Apple to join this investigation with all the material.
Okay. I saw Sumant Raman smiling there. Sumant, but it's Apple that has also put out a statement, a fairly detailed statement today, and I quote, saying Apple does not attribute the threat notifications to any specific state-sponsored attacker, and they also say detecting such attacks relies on threat intelligence signals that are often imperfect and incomplete. 1 minute. They also add, it's possible that some Apple threat notifications may be false alarms. False alarms. Why are you smiling?
So, Niranjan, my first question is, who put out the statement and when did they do it? Who is the authorized signatory on this letter or this statement? First of all, this has now been proven. I don't know why the BJP spokespersons are still carrying the story. Apple has not put out a statement today, sir. Let me tell you, Niranjan, when they rolled out this feature,
sir, they have.
They have not. No, they have not. Who is the signatory on the statement?
They have clarified
Please, let us be very clear.
They have clarified today.
Niranjan, please, Niranjan, it has already been put out that Apple has not clarified anything today. Apple has put out two statements. One in 2021, from where this ANI has picked up this bulk of this material, which they put out as Apple statement, was picked up from a 2021. I think it is November 2021 statement. The rest of it is from an August 23 note when the OS was released. Let's be very clear. This 150 countries does not refer to this message which these opposition leaders received. It refers to the threat notification that Apple said it was rolling out to all its users. So every single user of Apple, of the iPhone, would be entitled to receive such messages. That is what went out to 150 countries, not this particular message saying that state-sponsored snooping is going on or something. So let's be very clear. Two very important points. First, Apple has not said anything today. Basically, what has been put out, and it is very sad to see an agency like ANI has any Apple representative spoken without verifying anything. An old message from 2021 and another notification from Apple from August 23 have been, pieced together to create today's quote-unquote Apple has clarified. Apple has not clarified. Let's be very clear on this. They have not clarified about today's message. Let's be very, very categorical, Niranjan. Let's not even kid viewers who are watching this. This whole thing needs a full-fledged investigation.
Let me bring in Vinay.
But don't keep saying Apple has issued a statement. Apple has issued a statement. This is not in response to this.
It's a clarification. I'll repeat that. It's a clarification that's attributed to Apple that came in today. Now, I don't know where you're getting your facts from. But
who put it out? No, tell me. Who put it out? Give me the name. Give me the name. Give me the name of the Apple representative who put it out.
Every big... Oh my God. Okay.
I'm sorry, Niranjan, perhaps you're not aware.
It's a company statement.
I will give you...
It's a company clarification.
No, I will even give you...
It's a company clarification.
If you can go, I can even tell you the source from where these two, this message was actually taken. It's a cut and paste. And actually...
Quick clarification from Basuri. Basuri is putting a hand up. Basuri is putting a hand up. Let me give her a chance to rebut. Let me give her a chance to rebut.
Let's be the devil's advocate and say, all right, Apple did not issue any clarification. For a moment, let's agree with Sumanji, right? But this is a printout from the Apple support, correct? This is from the official Apple website. Now, this will be authentic because this is part of their data. This is obviously verified by the Apple. This is Apple company policy about Apple threat notification protecting against state-sponsored attacks. Now, in this, I'm just going to reread the last sentence. Detecting such attacks relies on threat intelligence signals that are often imperfect and incomplete it's possible that some Apple threat notifications may be
Yes.
false alarms. I'm
And
going to
now
put it
tell
on
me,
screen
where do they
for
say?
Sumanji,
Where do they
and it
say
says
they
here,
cannot
I've highlighted
identify
it in
the?
green.
Yeah. Where do they say that they cannot identify the person, the state actor? Where do
Can I
they
quickly
say
get
that? That has also been proven. That is not there on the Apple site at all. That has been cooked up completely. It's very unfortunate that this kind of
Sir,
thing
it's
is happening.
1 minute.
And
Okay, let me
even though
begin
my
with it.
only
Okay,
request is,
okay, let me
when they are
begin.
cooking up
Two
stuff,
panelists have
they should
spoken.
cook it
Suman.
up properly.
I request
when
you.
they are cooking up stuff, the
I
stuff
request
should be
you.
cooked properly. They should at least
I
get somebody
request
to
you.
change the wording, and they should not do a direct cut and
I
paste.
request you.
Please tell ANI.
Okay, I request you. Sir, I'll tell you something. I request you to just let Vineet Goenka speak. And if any of you have an Apple phone, okay? I have an Apple phone, and there's a reason why we use Apple phones, because Apple phones are safe, right? You can't hack a Apple phone. You can't get into an Apple phone, okay? You cannot do that. Just a piece of information for you. Sumant, you can't do that. Vineet, it's not that easy to hack into an Apple phone. There's something called a lockdown mode. You cannot do it. Even Pegasus can't get into an Apple phone.
No, Pegasus can, which is why Apple put out a patch.
It
Pegasus
can't get into an Apple phone.
Niranjan, please, Niranjan. Please, Niranjan, get your facts right. Today you're really on slippery
Okay, I'm letting Vineet come in. I'm letting Vineet come in.
Yeah, Niranjan ji, Ram Ram to all my co-panelists and all the viewers who are watching me right now. In the tech world, there is no friendly company. Information shared by Apple, the so-called people who are affected actually are vague people. They are attention seekers. They are the noise makers. Please let me know if this message has come to them. They should actually go to the police, file an FIR. They should hand over their phone to CERT and ask what is going on. Number 3, the government will investigate. In case they are hurry, they can raise this question in the House also. But what I understand is, more serious concern which we should discuss is Cambridge Analytica by the Congress, which was paid investigation of the class and the caste of the voters. That is more concerning. Now, will Apple send this message to 150 countries at a time? I don't see the rationale. Number 2, Sumanji, you are such a learned person. State-sponsored actors does not mean state-sponsored from your country. It can be from other state which has sponsored it, which is a rough. And how come only this noisemaker MPs, they get this message? That's my concern. See, we all have phones. We don't get this kind of messages. And I don't worry if this kind of message comes because I don't have anything to hide. Sumanji, you also don't have anything to hide. You can give the phone. Let Mohua Mitraji also hand over the phone to CRT. CRT will investigate what is there in the phone. If it is
they are worried. They are worried that there will be some spyware planted on it.
The court and hand over to the court. So ये पंगा क्या पता है? जिसके मन में डर होता है ना, उसी को डर लगता है. डर किस चीज का है कि कुछ चीज गलत किया होगा. So मेरे मन में डर नहीं, आपके मन में डर नहीं. सुमन जी, आइए हम दोनों तो फोन दे सकते हैं, बाकी लोगों का देखेंगे होगा क्या है. Number 3, there is nothing called as free lunch. My request through your channel to the government will be implement data sovereignty to the toto. We should make sure those foreign companies, those multinationals, who can run a Twitter ad of Khalistan, who can do Cambridge Analytica, they should be taken on task. They should be subjected to investigation. And if Apple has played this mistakenly or by deliberately, they should be punished. Whatever punishment has been prescribed under the company's law here, as per the agreements or as per the permissions which have been given to them. But once again, who is these 3-4 MPs who are making this? I put them in the category called as noisemaker, attention seeker. They're wannabe famous in short term. They run and they grab opportunity of making this kind of noise every now and then. And then what happens to them is they fall flat. So once again, Niranjan ji, through you, I would request those member of parliaments, if they have iota of doubt, one, file an FIR, they don't believe the police, they can go to court, they can hand over the phones to investigate if there's something which can come out. And good, this also brings back the discussion of Cambridge Analytica, which Congress did deliberately. We should understand there are people in the market who do this kind of thing.
There are five quick points I want to make. 5 quick points I want to make, and I'm going to go across to Vivek. One second. Can I go to Vivek? Vivek hasn't spoken. Vineet and Sumant, Vivek hasn't spoken. We're very democratic here in Republic, so I want to give him a chance, right? I will make 5 quick points. I'll wrap up in 30 seconds, and Vivek can speak. Vivek, point number 1. Sumant says, please show me where this statement has come. It's been carried by every section of media, and it's sent by every company has a PR agency through which they send out statements. Clarification. One minute. Please don't interrupt, sir. So please don't interrupt. Please don't interrupt.
Apple has pushed out.
Oh
Then you
my
tell me the
God,
name.
sir! This is a
Tell me the name of the
clarification. Sumant,
person.
it's not between you and me. It's a clarification.
not.
Okay, I'll give you. Okay, I'll give you the point. I'll give you. You've asked me a question.
Who's the person
You've asked me a
that put out
question.
the-
I'll give you that. Okay, I'll give you that.
Yeah.
Can I please complete my point? I'll let you speak, right, Sumant? Point number one, it's been reported by all sections of the media. Point number two, and it's been given by a PR agency. Point number two, even Apple does not attribute a threat notification to any specific potential attacker. So indie players can't attribute it to the government of India. Point number three,
Who said
state-sponsored attack.
Who
1
said
minute,
that?
sir. 1 minute. 1 minute.
Apple, that
1 minute.
statement does not contain the sentence.
Oh
The
God,
statement is
let
not
me.
from Apple.
I am.
That sentence is not
Oh
from
my
Apple,
God! Can I
Niranjan.
please make my point?
Okay, please go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, Sumant,
Go ahead.
it's not between you and me. Can your colleague Vivek come in? One second.
Let me answer Sumanji.
One second.
Sumanji, do you think if
The notification was 1 minute. Vivek, 1 minute. Vinny, don't come in. Vivek hasn't spoken. Vinny, 1 second. Vinny, don't come in. Vinny, don't jump in. Vivek hasn't spoken. Please, let's be fair, okay? It mentions state-sponsored attack, Vivek. I'm making 2 quick points and handing it to you. It says state-sponsored attack. Can the state be China? Can the state be Pakistan? Can it be pro-Hamas countries? It could be anything. Why are you giving them a free pass? Point number 3. Notification, 1 minute. Notification sent to 150 countries. Are Indie alliance partners saying that the BJP orchestrated the attack in 150 countries? And point number 4, Apple itself has said it could be a false alarm, Vivek.
Statement was not sent to 150 countries. The feature was rolled out to 150 countries.
Yes.
But now, question is to Vivek Silas.
Yes, yes. It is rather hilarious to know that the false alarm by the Apple is only coming to the members of the opposition. That's not possible, first of all. And second, the Apple Corporation said it is a very sophisticated and extremely well-funded attack. That is the thing. Ashwani Vaibhav said, the Minister of IT has said that the government is concerned and we will be looking deep into the matter. But what Mr. Piyush Goyal says, he is a man who says that he has blamed the Apple company for that. The government is trying to play games with the people. He says that it has been done in 150 countries across the world, which is absolutely untrue. This is statement given by the Apple was on the 22nd of August 2023, and it is just a copy-paste. I read another news, and very shocking news today. I've been to that debate also. The dark web says that they are selling 81.5 crore Indian data with, this Aadhaar card.
Yeah, that is not.
It is down on public.
Can carry anything.
Yes,
Who is responsible for that? Now, how do you certify this authenticity of the dark website?
The state is responsible for that. The state is responsible for that. The Bharatiya Janata Party, because the data is in the hands of the ministry that is
how can the
controlled
state?
by the central government.
No.
Who else?
Sir, 1 minute. 1 minute. Sir. Vivek, 1 second. I think Vivek is confused. Vivek, I think you're confused because in the dark web, if someone is trying to sell your data, the government is not responsible. Yes, the government can come in and take action, but they can't. No, but they can't be responsible if some hacker is collecting data. This data can be via apps also. Come on. Vivek, come on. I think you're pushing it now. You're pushing it. I think you're pushing it. I'm letting Basuri make the last point. 30 seconds, Basuri. Basuri is hurt. Let her respond. 30 seconds.
Apple, in its own words, says that
Let her respond.
Is based on intelligence which is incomplete, imperfect, and there can also be false alarms. Having said that, obviously the opposition is just creating a cacophony. Perhaps they need to introspect more about their own internet browser history, which makes them susceptible to cyber attacks. But of course, the government is very serious about privacy and about security. And that is why, as the Honorable Minister, Mr. Ashwini Vaishnav, has said, the government is already investigating. The government has assured that they are going to go to the bottom of this. They have even asked Apple itself to join the investigation. I think that should assuage all concerns. Rest, if the opposition wants to continue making off-the-cuff remarks, that is up to them.
These are not off-the-cuff remarks. They didn't send the message to their phones. Somebody sent it, and Apple sent it. It's come. It's been verified that Apple.
Arnab is picking up the subject. It's the top debate at 9 p.m. It's the top debate at 9 p.m. Suman, it's the top debate at 9 p.m. Okay, And I don't know why, Sumant, you're not willing to admit the clarification that's come in, because even the Congress party is acknowledging the clarification. The opposition MPs are acknowledging the clarification. Sumant is not acknowledging the clarification. I'm kind of surprised, but anyway, thank you very much.
They found out it has been a cut and paste. They found out at 5 o'clock.
We'll speak again, Sumant. We'll speak again. I get a feeling it's going to be the top subject for as long as the opposition can try and stretch it. Let's see where it goes. Thank you very much. Thank you for joining us.
This was one of the strikes that took place in the Sderot city when the Israeli Defense Forces were operating inside the Gaza Strip. Then the projectile was fired from the territory of Gaza, that is the Hamas terrorists. They fired and it landed in the area. The projectile that was fired by the terrorists of Hamas has hit this area.
गाजा के बहुत करीब है, करीब 500 मीटर की दूरी पर यहाँ गाजा है। ये एशकॉल सेटलमेंट का एरिया है। यहाँ पर टैंक्स तैनात किए गए हैं रात भर। यहाँ पे शेलिंग होती रही। ये वो इलाका है जो सबसे करीब था जब आतंकवादी 7 अक्टूबर को घुसे यहाँ पर। ये बेतरतीब तस्वीरें बताती हैं कि आखिर किस तरह से आतंकवादियों ने मासूम लोगों को निशाना बनाया। आर्मी की बीएमपी जाती हुई दिखाई दे रही है। लगातार सैनिकों के आने जाने का सिलसिला यहाँ पर लगातार जारी है और तस्वीरें हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं। ये हमें इशारा कर रहे हैं कि हमें यहाँ नहीं रुकना है।
Was one of the strikes that took place in the Sderot city when the Israeli Defense Forces were operating inside the Gaza Strip. Then the projectile was fired from the territory of Gaza, that is the Hamas terrorists. They fired and it landed in the area. The projectile that was fired by the terrorists of Hamas has hit this area.
In the India Today Best Universities 2023 survey, released recently, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
गाजा के बहुत करीब है, करीब 500 मीटर की दूरी पर यहाँ गाजा है। ये एशकॉल सेटलमेंट का एरिया है, यहाँ पर टैंक्स तैनात किए गए हैं। रात भर यहाँ पे शेलिंग होती रही। ये वो इलाका है जो सबसे करीब था जब आतंकवादी 7 अक्टूबर को घुसे यहाँ पर। ये बेतरतीब तस्वीरें बताती हैं कि आखिर किस तरह से आतंकवादियों ने मासूम लोगों को निशाना बनाया। आर्मी की बीएमपी जाती हुई दिखाई दे रही है। लगातार सैनिकों के आने जाने का सिलसिला यहाँ पर लगातार जारी है और तस्वीरें हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं। ये हमें इशारा कर रहे हैं कि हमें यहाँ नहीं रुकना है।
This was one of the strikes that took place in the Sderot city when the Israeli Defense Forces were operating inside the Gaza Strip. Then the projectile was fired from the territory of Gaza, that is the Hamas terrorists. They fired and it landed in the area. The projectile that was fired by the terrorists of Hamas has hit this area. This was one of the strikes that took place in the Sderot city when the Israeli Defense Forces were operating inside the Gaza Strip. Then the projectile was fired from the territory of Gaza, that is the Hamas terrorists. They fired and it landed in the area. The projectile that was fired by the terrorists of Hamas has hit this area.
Opposition alleges state-sponsored hacking bid. Government slams compulsive critics on controversy. Apple Snoop controversy explodes. Arnab debates at 9 p.m.
From the Delhi studios of Republic TV, it's time for Arnab Goswami on The Debate.
Arnab Goswami on the debate at 9. Presented by Amity University. Powered by RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, Century Laminates and PolicyBazaar.com.
Good evening and welcome. The India Alliance has caught their latest course.